Greetings, everybody, and welcome. Thank you all very much for coming to join me again for a little bit more of this. I hope everybody is safe and well, and warm. And I regret to inform all of you that my internet still appears to be experiencing some issues. German internet tends only to get worse, not better, so I will keep an eye on it, and hopefully it won't have too much of an impact on the stream. But I am seeing some dropped frames. And that is on the network end. There's nothing I can do about that on my side. It's not on the rendering side. It's the ISP, as it always is. So, I hope you'll all forgive me for that, but there just isn't anything I can do about it, unfortunately. But I'm glad you're all here. I appreciate everybody stopping by, and as always, thank you all for your company. Hello, Riceland. Welcome. So for those of you who weren't here yesterday, this game is kind of similar to Aground, at least in terms of its premise, and it's that same sort of survival-oriented setting. You wash up on a desert island, but as far as I know, this game doesn't have any of the silliness of Aground, where Aground was actually kind of a space sort of game in disguise. Right, we need to make these. Yeah, don't we all, Afro? Don't we all? So, my goal right now is to try and fortify my little base here enough that when those stupid Orklings come raid it, they won't just trash everything. I built this stone wall thinking that would keep them out, but so much for that. It turns out they do not care about stone walls. So instead, I decided a different approach might be in order, and I built some traps outside the stone wall. I want to augment those traps a little bit more before I leave, though. Oh, really, Riceland? It's not just Germany. I mean, I'm sure it's probably a coincidence. I don't see there being some big conspiracy behind the internet crapping out in every country, but it's nice to know that you can offer some solidarity, I suppose. And actually, I want to finish the floors here in the house as well. So while those guys are doing that, let me just patch up this one hole in the wall. Hello, Azrael. Welcome. There we go. Oh, I'm so incredibly hungry. I'd probably better... God, I wish the highlighting box in this game were easier to see. Oh, did it, Riceland? Curious. Oh, I need mud, it seems. Guess I'll have to go dig some up. So I think what my plan is going to be is that I'll hang out here until the next Orkling raid. just to test the traps and see how effective they actually are against those little bastards. Oh, and it looks like I'm going to need to remove the bed in order to put wooden flooring around it. Hello, Caleb. Welcome. Dariath, I would say that this game is priced somewhat too high. It's a Minecraft price, and it doesn't offer anywhere near as much, at least not so far, as Minecraft does. And there was a guy here in chat yesterday who has basically finished this game and was saying the same thing. It's not a bad game. It's a good game for what it is, but the console version apparently is one major update behind the PC version, and it's a serious update. And with that being the case, I feel like I should advise you to wait to buy this game until it's on sale. Hey, DevTech! Well, Ricelyn, I'm glad I happen to be playing a game that appeals to her today. That's one of the things about... I don't know that I would call myself a variety streamer, because I still stream a fairly narrow variety of game types and genres, but every now and then you do get a little bit of, well, variety. What more can I say? Right, why are these monkeys not, Oh, I see why. He needs a tool. Because I guess his broke. Hello, Marisat. Welcome. Why, Dariath? Is it cheaper as part of a humble bundle? Actually, pretty sure I have a shovel in here somewhere. Yes, I do. It's even a decent shovel. Hello, Chisel. Welcome. Good to see you. I am well enough, thank you, Chisel. How about yourself? Oh, hopefully once it's there. So it's not there yet, Dariath. I see. Hey, Sagari, welcome. Yeah, Ricelyn, the interface isn't bad. Actually, let's light the campfire. The graphics in this game are definitely better than in a ground. Although this game had a larger team working on it, and a larger publisher as well, so probably more in the way of resources and that sort of stuff. Oh, congrats, Chisel! That's awesome! I'm so glad you were able to get your hands on one. They're not easy to get, are they? Even now, they're not bloody easy to get. It is worth pointing out, in terms of the graphics, that Oh, good, Sagari, I'm glad. Yeah, DevTech, I've been hearing that about a lot of different countries, that there are countries here in Europe, quite a few apparently, where scalpers just are going nuts. They're running rampant unchecked. And nobody's doing anything about them. I ended up getting mine from North America, so if that gives you some idea of the lengths I had to go to. All right. I guess I need some food. Oh, I'm gonna have to make some more food soon. Yes, Chisel, I believe it is. Team 17, I think, is the publisher? I don't remember exactly. Alright, I need you to mimic that. And need to swap items there. There we go. Excellent. Okay, and as for you... we can stash this stuff. We need... oh, we need some rocks. Well, that's easy enough. Yeah, Sagari, the monkeys are apparently a pretty crucial mechanic in this game. They are... you can assign them to handle different tasks so that you yourself can do other things. And in fact, running an efficient base is pretty crucial to doing that. Humbled Heron, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Really appreciate that. There we go. This whole thing is now finally starting to actually look like a house. Oh, Caleb, that's quite all right. Elgal got you with the description. It's basically as he says. Okay. Okay, so... you can follow me out of the house, and you can guard with that axe. And you can have that. What? Oh. Hey. Where did I put my leaves? It's worth. Oh, right. I need that multi-tool for a moment. Azrael, part of the slow pace is due to the... unfortunate fact that this game, I think, was originally developed for PC. And with that being the case, it was designed around being controlled with a mouse and keyboard. And because of that fact, the cursor speed on console is a lot slower than it should be, and there's no option to adjust it. Which is a bit of a problem, because it makes things go slower than they should. The menu is definitely much more cumbersome to navigate on console. Hey, Doug! Well enough, thank you, Squid King. Oh, welcome back, Caleb. I want to make sure I've got plenty of tool handles, because I am going to need them. I really miss food. Well, alright. Okay, charcoal can go in. Petals, grass. Okay. Oh, and how about that? We need more rope. Yes, King Regals, the monkey does have an axe. Alright, give me a moment, guys. Let me just have a little bit of tea. To my knowledge, Doug, it's actually out. It's been out for, I think, a little while. Hello, Zappa. Welcome. Malkavian Madness, what do you mean? Twitch has gone full Hodor? What are you talking about? Ah, very good, Humbled Heron. Yes, do indeed make some. Oh, the other modules are failing to load, Malkavia. I gotcha. Well, that's just Twitch on a normal day. Yeah, that's a good option too, Bullet Bill, man. Alright, so what we're gonna do... is we're going to... put some... wooden tiles. Oh. Put that there for now. Hopefully we'll be able to, get rid of this multi-tool. Ah, welcome back, Humbled Heron. Good choice. Then again, matcha is always a good choice. Okay, now... and put that there. And... need some nails. Malkavian Madness, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Squid King, do you mean the multiplayer in this game? I might. It's possible. Actually, it occurs to me I can hang this multi-tool on that wall. And I can also hang these axes on that wall. So I need a tool handle. And wait a minute. Why do you have my gold sword? Take that. And you can follow me. Okay, actually, we need... planks, bones, and grass. Okay, so we'll take the bones. Oh, okay, I guess we need to get the grass from... well, actually, we could get it from here, potentially. I wish there were a way to get just the grass without the petals. But that's fine. Because we still have enough to make some rope. Okay. Grass can go there. Oh, actually. Some of this stuff we can consolidate. So now we can make one more rope. And I can grab this multi-tool. Make that axe. Hang that back up. We've got some fur already in here, so we can put that in. We can put the mud in, the wood. And we can save and skip to morning so that we don't have to deal with any of the enemies that come out at night. So again, my plan here is I'm going to hang out here until the next raid happens, just so that I can keep tabs on how effective these traps actually are, because if they're not that effective, then there's kind of not much point. Alright, what did we need for these? Grass. Okay. I think we can consolidate some of this as well. Yes, we can. Go in. Alright. Yeah, Marasat, there are a lot of games that do similar things where nighttime is danger time and there are monsters that show up. There we go. This hopefully ought to be enough grass. And there's that cave as well. In fact, I haven't really explored any of the caves around here. Ugh. Ah, very good, Doug. Wouldn't have thought I would be running short on grass, but it is what I need at the moment. Okay. And now we can finally get some of this other stuff built. We're gonna have to clear this out a little first. And actually... Okay, well... Whoops. No. Why did I put it there, I wonder? Oh, I can. It already is there for some reason. Okay, there we go. Ha! Thanks, Dustin. When I saw them on the character creation screen, they became pretty much mandatory. Yeah, okay, I figured this would be a metal spike trap. Okay, well, metal nails, these are actually fairly simple to make, it looks like. And hopefully this little spike field will help keep out the stupid raiders. Hello, Decoy, welcome! No worries, Doug. I'm glad that you could make it just for a little bit at the beginning. Thank you for dropping by. Oh, but it looks like I'm a little bit short on planks. 1 and 2, so I need 3 total. Okay. Well, we can remedy that easily enough. You can follow me. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it, Decoy. That's important. Alright, let's get back to camp. And it looks like I need some more wood. Oh good, the mysterious shop is now open. Where is he? Oh! He's actually on this continent. That's perfect. Because I have a bunch of stuff I need to get rid of. It's not bad, Decoy. I have some issues with it, but those issues aside, it really is not bad. All these petals, all these stacks of 99 whatever. Do not need. And no, he won't buy a single one of those, though. Okay, yeah, there is some stuff we could stand to get rid of. Actually, not quite as much as I thought. Alright, well, be that as it may. Let's go pay the shopkeeper a visit, because we've got some crap that I would be very happy to offload. Yeah, Humbled Heron, that's why I no longer play Final Fantasy XI, and it's why I didn't get into 14. I fell off the wagon with 11 after a while, because its design just got so backward, and then when 14 started getting good, I had already fallen off the wagon, and I was out, you know? There he is. Hey, we're in pretty decent shape. That's 1,600 doubloons. Or, you know, gold. And what? Oh, a gold sword. We definitely can use that. Certainly another one of those. Some hinges. 30 straw bundles. Oh, interesting. Immunity to toxin, huh? Maybe a labyrinth gem. The bone club I can make. Ha! Yeah, Heron. I started playing that game in 2001, so I ended up playing it in high school as well, which just goes to show you what a long run it had. But FF14, after Yoshida took over FF14, 14 became a universal improvement in absolutely every way. Right, I need the lumber here. And actually, lots of palm trees here. Oh, a tool handle. Okay, Elgal. Have a good one. Have to come back on the way back to camp and pick that up. Ah. There we go. So that should be enough lumber to finish all the traps. And we now also have a bunch of garbage that we can pawn back off to this poor sod. The coconuts, I guess I'll keep. Actually, what'll he give me for pebbles? Ooh, and I see a treasure chest over there. Perfect. What do we got? We've got a flimsy pickaxe. Torch. And some rope. Okay. And actually, you know what? These stupid bats. I'm gonna have to come back for that stuff because it is valuable as food. Yeah, Heron, believe me, I'm right there with you. Part of the reason I got out of MMOs was because I just didn't have the time. You know, there were so many other things that demanded my attention. An MMO just, there was no way to fit it in. Actually, I think what it would be better to do is to give this monkey that gold sword. Hang that on the wall. Oops, no. That we need out. Those can go in. Charcoal can go in. Metal hinges, the torch. Actually, we can make a... Oh, it's over here. Okay, Doug, hang in there! We can make a bottle lantern with a torch, the bottle, and 3 mud. And I had one, but I lost it because it was in the other chest that I had at my base, which I guess got destroyed. Or just broken. Okay, let's rest, actually. Ah! Well, I meant to save, but whatever. Ah, I didn't mean to take the blanket. That's what I needed. Okay, so I need to make this. And actually... you do that. Because the monkey somehow can do it better. Better, faster, stronger. And this provides us with a light source that is immune to water somehow. And we need some rope. Because we need to make some wooden slats. Okay. All right, and now... take care, humbled heron! Have a good one! And happy birthday to you, if that's what's going on. Okay. And actually... what we're gonna do is we're gonna make these. And we are going to combine them. There we go. We're going to combine them with the bow so that we get a more powerful bow. And cancel that, and actually we'll trade those. So now we've got one monkey with a bow and one with a gold sword. Which I hope will be at least enough to provide a little bit of protection. Okay, we need nom-noms. So we're gonna go for some stewed berries. Okay, yeah, that'll do. And do we have enough bones? Yeah, actually. Oh, look. Bottles filled with treasure maps keep washing up. Oh, and actually, there are all these useful little bat bits left over from when I fought them on the way back. These will be helpful as well because I can craft them into food. Not that you would ever actually eat bats in real life in a situation like this. They carry tons of parasites and diseases. You know... always forget to check those things. All right. Wait, how the heck did he get out here? I guess he'll just chill around the camp? You weren't supposed to follow me, dude. Yeah, Ricelin, it's a nice kind of cheerful color palette, like you would expect on a tropical island. But it's not garishly bright. Alright, well, I swear, if this isn't enough to keep those stupid orclings out, I don't know what it's gonna take. And actually, I do want to, I'll put just a little more there. And put some bone spikes on the outside. Okay, so now we just need 9 processed lumber. You know, if you follow me, it would be really helpful. And actually... we can just take those. Yeah, Bullet Bill, man, it really is. And the graphics are nice enough that it's not jarring to look at. You know, the water effects are really pretty. The stone tiles repeat in a kind of obvious way, but I don't know, it's nice. It feels like playing a fairly modern Zelda game, like a classic Zelda game on modern hardware. Okay. Those can go in storage. That can also go in storage. And I can use up this multi-tool by making some kebabs, first of all. Bat wings. There we are. And I have the monkeys both set to combat AI, because the raid could happen anytime now. It's been quite a while since the last one, which means the next one is coming up fairly soon. And as soon as that happens, we can finally take our leave and go explore a little. And actually, what just happened? Is that it? No? Yep, there it is. Speak of the devil. Let's see. Oh, they snuck around somehow? Okay, interesting. So what happened there? It looks like we need... Oh, I see the problem. We need another section of wall. Ah! I see exactly what the problem is. Problem appears to be that I did not realize we were unprotected. Now I see why the wall didn't keep him out. But actually, the wall might not have kept him out, but the traps definitely did their job. I'm actually really happy with that result, apart from, you know, the fact that... Apart from the fact that I didn't realize that the wall was not covering the entire gap. Oh, God. Okay. Well, guess I wasn't watching my health. Fortunately, there are relatively few consequences to dying this close to a save point. But let's just get this to daytime. Riceland, there was a gap in between the stone wall and the nearby cliff. I thought I had covered it all, but because the environments in this game actually use some semblance of 3D, or else a really convincing parallax illusion of 3D, you can see how those two sections of wall that I just added blueprints for, those were uncovered, and so the enemies were able to just go around the stone wall that I built, and they just got in. Alright, so now I have to go gather up all that stuff. And here I am in the middle of cooking. Then those stupid orklings are like, for the horde! Oh. We actually got a little bit of cash out of that. Okay, so these need 3 stone slabs and 3 mud. And I guess the orklings either attacked the traps, or just by walking over them, they dealt a little bit of damage. Which is fine. I would much, much rather just repair these. Alright, well... there's some timber. Oh, good, and we actually... I guess if your raft is empty every time the world gets refreshed, then the items that were initially in your raft just respawn. It seems they don't respawn if you already have stuff stored there, but... okay. Hello, Eclecticaf! Welcome! Okay, so I need to make stone slabs. Hang on, what did we need? Yeah, okay. And I should probably move the forge a little bit, just because it's a little hard to access where it is. I put it in a slightly less than convenient location. And actually, let's save. Okay, well, that experiment was definitely a success, apart from the wall not being finished as I thought it was. But at least I learned that the wall wasn't finished. Yes, I know the monkeys could be doing this, but it'd take longer to go assign one of them to it than it would for me to just do it myself. And at least now I know I have all the materials I need. Although I might need to dig up a little bit more mud for that. It does take quite a long time, and I think the monkeys might be slightly faster at it, but going off to track them down now. They seem to wander a fair distance from the camp, which I'm not sure I like. Because I would prefer that they stick by the camp and help defend it. But actually, it looks like the more I fill that area outside with traps, the easier it will be to deal with those stupid orklings. Alright, how much mud do I have? I do in fact need one more. But that's easy enough. Okay. Those go there. Oh, and these go there. And to think that I was running around this wall the entire time, going the long way when I could have just gone through that gap. Well, the more you know. Alright. And this should now actually secure the camp. Hello, Plus on Black. Welcome. How are you doing? It's good to see you. I hope you're well. In this particular instance, they do. Eclecticaf, yeah. They certainly made it difficult to tell that the wall I built wasn't enough to cover the entire entrance. But now, we kind of go over to the side, we can see that now we're covered. If I run exterior collisions here, now it's a perfect seal. So now those idiots won't be able to get in, and they'll have to walk over a big field of traps if they want to try to break down the wall. Which also means I'm going to have to put some traps behind that, that section of the cliff where I can't see them. That's going to be a bit tricky. Ah, very good, Plus. Glad to hear you get to relax a little. Alright. Now, let's finally get a little bit of cooking done. Palm leaves, those, bat wings. Okay. Yeah, Eclecticaf, it would. It definitely would. It would be nice if you could rotate the camera a full 360 degrees. Although I get the feeling that if you were able to do that in this game, some of the two-dimensional tiles would just rotate to face the camera, and it would look weird. Because even though there does seem to be at least some actual 3D going on in the objects in the environment, it doesn't seem quite like it's full 3D. Okay, and what were these? These were sturdy arrows, wooden rods, gemstones and petals? My god, alright, I guess we're gonna need to go mining at some point. Okay. So now... Oh, okay. Have a couple of those. I love that I'm stirring this pot with a hammer. And come to that, I'm supposed to be able to craft a cooking pot, I think, aren't I? It was around here somewhere. Oh, that's an animal trap. Was it at the forge? It might have been at the forge. No? Oh, you know what? Actually... now that I have the ability to make those... we should do this to unlock more recipes. Hello, Soki! I'm doing well enough, thank you. Yeah, Eclecticaf, when you're on a desert island and you don't really have the luxury, you just have to do the best you can. Gold nails. Amazing. Metal sheets. Oh, and a sturdy multi-tool. Okay. So that's how we build that. Actually, we could. When we're done cooking. How are you doing, Soki? It's good to see you. I hope all is well. Yeah, Soki, it's funny how that works, isn't it? I guess that's just, my life for you. I can't seem to stay on any kind of consistent sleep schedule. Okay. Now it's time for some crispy wings. Actually, I'm pleased with the amount of progress I've made at this point. Finally, I feel like I'm starting to understand the game a little better. And I feel like I'm also making progress on my, my base, now that I have an idea of how to keep the stupid orklings out. Now I just need to build some boxes for storage. Is it just me, or is the camera zooming in on me really closely? What the heck is going on here? Alright. Oh, probably because nighttime is coming, actually. Alright, let's get some timber for the fire. Ah, the shop is closing. But actually, that's fine, because I've bought everything I need from him till he moves. Ah, gotcha, Soki. I'm sorry to hear it, but I'm glad to hear you're feeling a little bit better now. Try to put it out of your mind, man. Do something to distract yourself. Play some video games. Or better yet, play some video games while you listen to the stream. Because there's not really much to see here, but if you want to just listen to it like a podcast, goodness knows everybody else does. Now, we can... Oh, very good, Dustin. I've already done my taxes. I'm waiting to get them back from my accountant, but I'm glad you're making good use of the time. I don't know how you stay focused on doing all that math while you're listening to somebody talk, though, Dustin. My brain just doesn't work that way. I can't do it. I just get unbelievably distracted. Alright, I need... Oh, actually... We need to make... some timber. We need... four of those. Oh, very good, Azrael. Yeah, Dustin, if it were me, if I were actually doing my taxes myself rather than having sent them to an accountant, I wouldn't be able to listen to anybody. I would just have to mute it. Ah, very good, Soki. That's a good choice. I think we need one more rope. Because, yeah, that's... This'll be 3, and then we'll need a 4th. Three. Four. Okay, so we've got our 4... Okay. That can go there. Those, and we need 2 hinges. There we go. Excellent. And now we are going to rest the night away. Apparently I'm hungry. But that's fine, because I just made a whole boatload of food. Oh, wow, that's quite filling, actually. Okay, so what I think I'm going to do is I want to be able to sort stuff out a little bit better. So all of my crafting materials are going to go in that bigger box. We have here a large chest. Very good. Oh, and for that we just need a bunch of timber and some hinges. Excellent. Hello, Anonmaru. Hello, Breakfast. Welcome. Okay. Oh, yes, this is much better. Oh, all this extra storage. And... that can hold all of the food. There we go. The food and the ingredients. That's much, much nicer. Oops. And then that can go in there for now. Oh, the mysterious shop is open again. Where did he move to? Is that anywhere I've already visited? No. Wow, this is a pretty big map. Well, it's almost irrelevant at this point where he is, because he's far enough outside the area I've explored that I'll never manage to track him down, even if I try to look for him. Oh, there he is. Okay, so he's on another island down there. Oh, congrats, Breakfast. Very good. Okay. Whoops, no. Those are food. Those go in the food chest. Ghost Mutton, it just means that something seems or feels unusual. Or that it's odd. Actually, 16 stone slabs and 8 mud to rebuild that. And I have 6, so I would need 10. Two. Oh, these at least are easy. 3, 4, 5, 6. And I can get the rest of that fairly easily by doing this. Yeah, Ghost Mutton, it's just sort of a general way of saying, huh, that's odd, or that's unusual. All right. We can put that back now. Get the shovel. Man, it's so handy just being able to hang your stuff on the wall. There we go. So that's 8 mud. Uh... 13, 14, 15, 16. All right. So we destroy that. Oh, that's right. I forget. We got a bunch of that stuff back. Now we want to build. It was right here, I think, right? Or was it here? I think we want to build it here. There we go. Yeah, Breakfast, it's unfortunate that stuff that tastes so good has to be so unhealthy, isn't it? There it is. We'll take a little nap. Okay, and we can stash all that stuff. Man, it's so nice not having to carry all this crap. Ugh. Right, well now I need a little bit of fur. And I probably should bring some food. I wish there was something I could do to get rid of... Well, actually... maybe there is. I'll have to experiment with that a little bit later. You know, it's funny you say that, Breakfast. They actually do. Actually, there. And... one of those. And one rope. Put all the tools there. Hang that on the wall outside. Actually, no. I should have a backup weapon in the chest. And... what do I need now? I need... well, I need some timber, I suppose. Yeah, 'cause... oh, you know, I could make a spear as well. 2 rope... 2 of these. We can just make some more rope. There we are. Ah, good luck, Bullet Bowl Min. I hope you're able to get your hands on one. Okay. We need food, but fortunately... Whoops. Fortunately, I know where to find that. Whoops. Now... a gold spear, so we would need... two gold ingots. Take care, Azrael! Have a good one! Alright. So now, actually, we can save. Oh, it might not even have been in stock then, Bullet Bill. Where does he have his toys, Riceland? In these treasure chests. I put the treasure chests in his house so that he has his toys and his food right here whenever he needs them. This purple chest is where he keeps his toys, and then this small wooden one is where he keeps his food. Because everyone has to have a toy chest, right? Alright, now I need to get rid of this extra telescope. Ha! Excellent, Riceland. Glad to help. Also need some berries. Fortunately, there are quite a few berry bushes around here. Oh, and it looks like I left some charcoal here, too. There we are. I do need the berries. I can definitely use the long grass for making rope. I do not so much need the petals. Oh, you know, guess I could be cutting down some trees here while I'm at it. Because I do need the timber as well. I love this ridiculous spin attack on these trees. Now, if only I could see the stuff I'm trying to pick up. Yeah, okay, that works. That I don't know, Riceland. I think the structures I have access to right now might be preliminary ones. I don't know what other advanced ones are available later on. I do know that there's a lot of the game I haven't even touched yet. Like, there are labyrinths, so there are dungeons, and it's possible that there might be more crafting recipes in those dungeons. It could also be that what I have is what I have. I mean, the menus that I have access to right now seem to have a fairly clear list of stuff in them that can be crafted. So I don't know if there's more that I haven't seen yet or what. Okay, we've got lumber. Hello, Nikita. Welcome. This is probably going to destroy the axe, but that's fine. Oh, okay. There we go. It was one hit away. Bastard bats. Fortunately, nighttime is almost over, so I won't need to rest. By the time I get back, the sun should be coming up. Are you two doing on the raft? All right. So we got some berries, we got some meat, we got some bat wings. There we go. Just need enough wood to finish up those last few traps. And make a few more. All right. Now we need wood. A bag full of cod? That was nice of him, Decoy. Kind of an odd thing to give you as a gift, but... Alright, let's see. Hello, Curse Nobleman. Welcome. Actually, I probably ought to... Probably ought to make one of those because mine will be breaking soon. Oh, I'm getting hungry. Ah, very good, Decoy. What are you gonna do? Just, saute it in butter? Oh, that's right, Decoy. You did say classic fish and chips. Okay, we've got enough for one more. Whoops. Okay, now to get something to eat. And I can finally go finish making those traps. Right. I forgot I'm using a spear and not an axe. That's fine, I'll just grab another axe. I should have grabbed another axe from the base. Okay. Add that. Add that. That. Now the other thing is I'm going to need to put some... I'm going to need to put at least one trap in down there near the corner. Nikita, they are guarding the camp. It's more trouble than it's worth to bring them up here and have them try to do this. It's a little bit easier for me to just do it myself rather than have to micromanage them. Alright, now... what I need to do here... oh, God. Okay, so I think I got the 4 spaces. Whoops. All right. So that'll cover that last little section of wall that's unprotected. Oh, and actually... yeah, Eclecticaf, that would really help. Because having to do that stuff blind is not useful. Oh, come on. It's a neat idea, but the spear throwing mechanics in this game are a little bit difficult to use. Kinda unnecessarily difficult. And I don't know... okay, the world has been replenished. I guess that's the blood moon. Oh, yeah, it is. It even has its own blood moon icon on the compass. Yes, okay, and the stuff near the forge has not regrown, which is good. Okay. Alright, and you know what? I will take these two with me to see how they perform in combat. Because I need to go get my hands on some fur. Oh, and you know what? I meant to bring an axe. And there's also no point in me having these planks in my inventory. Whoops, come on. Okay. Honestly, Cursed Nobleman, it's pretty much just my life. Okay. Oh, good, and another treasure map. In general, Decoy. In general. Every school project I ever had to work on with classmates. Every time I ever had to do anything in a group. Alright, well, we can stash that there because I won't be needing it. Okay. Oh, all right. Let's see, actually. Nope. Oh, blocked by a tree. Amazing. Where's that angry one? There he is. Really? Right through him? Sheesh. Oh, that's one way to do it. My God. Ah. Ah, well, you're mine now. Are you serious? There we go. Doink, doink. Wow, well... That's a whole bunch of junk. But I think I got the fur I need. It is when you manage to hit anything with it, Ghost Mutton. What the... Oh, okay. Yes, I know I'm starving. We're on our way back to camp. Should have brought some food with me, but I didn't want to spare the inventory. No, Bone, I haven't. I looked into it, but I just can't get around the art style of Don't Starve. Okay, that'll do for now. So I need to make that. And I need 2 of these. Bone, the general premise of Don't Starve, as I understand it, is the same as this. But Don't Starve, as I understand it, is more punishing from a combat point of view. And Don't Starve, I guess, also has more in the way of roguelike elements. It's not exactly a roguelike, but it has some elements of that. Like, it's got procedural generation. It has a fairly high difficulty and a fairly steep learning curve from what I've heard. Chopin, you can treat baked sweet potatoes the same way that you would a regular baked potato. Oh, really, nobleman? I didn't know that you can do that in Don't Starve. Chopin, if you want to do something unique or interesting, besides just treating it the same as you would an ordinary baked potato, because I can give you some basic recipes for that, but like, for example, you can do a twice-baked sweet potato with chipotle, Chopin. And that's a fairly standard way of handling a baked potato. You know, that's not really terribly far outside the realm of what you would do with an ordinary potato. However, what you can do if you like is you can do a Mediterranean-style baked sweet potato. So there's an interesting recipe that's a little bit further out of the ordinary. Here is a recipe for baked sweet potatoes with basil and bacon, which is a bit of an unusual combination. You don't usually see basil used to season these. Or if you want to do something besides just a plain old baked potato, what you can do instead is sweet potato fries. You can also, for example, depending upon how many... how many potatoes you have and what sort of quantity you're working with, is that you can do a... You can do sort of a sweet casserole with them. This is something that I commonly see people do with sweet potatoes. And it uses... It uses ingredients like brown sugar, pineapple chunks, apple juice, maple syrup, butter, cinnamon, cloves. So what you're really making with these is a dessert. This is very much a dessert sort of item. But it kind of turns it on its head, and it utilizes the natural sweetness and the level of sugar in the sweet potatoes to basically turn them into something that is actually sweet rather than savory. And if that's a little bit too outlandish for you, then this is one of my personal favorites. This is a recipe for loaded baked sweet potatoes, where they're basically just piled up with caramelized onions and fresh rosemary and bacon and cheese and all kinds of other really awesome stuff that that basically was made to go in sweet potatoes. Oh, actually, it looks like this recipe doesn't use cheese, but you can add some, and in fact, I would. I would melt some, like, grated Gruyere and grated maybe like a sharp white cheddar onto these, and I think that would go really well when you bake them. Well, yeah, Bone, basically. I mean, historically, potatoes were a staple food. They were something that people ate not as a luxury, but for sustenance. Here's looking at you, Ireland. And it's not so much that they were a luxury food that people just came up with creative ways to eat, as it was that people got used to eating lots and lots of potatoes, so they had to find ways to make them interesting and not bland and boring to eat. And as better quality ingredients became more affordable and more available for common people, these sorts of recipes began cropping up. So they're really just an evolution of the way that people used to treat potatoes as a matter of necessity. Yeah, Decoy, latkes, even just fried potatoes. You know, even recipes that just use potato skins. And even today, potatoes are used as a filler ingredient in dishes like New England clam chowder because they're a way of adding bulk and helping fill you up without using nothing but super expensive ingredients. You know, they're a way of getting a little bit more mileage out of it. Alright, so I need these, 2 rope, and 2... bedspreads. Man, this is just all petals. Bah! Okay, 2 of those. Oh, I need straw. Fortunately, I reclaimed some of the straw from those old walls. Okay, Decoy, take it easy. Fortunately, at least this stuff can be procured right here. Alright, so I need that. Oh, right. Because having a better blanket on that bed will give me a stat boost whenever I sleep. There we are. I had one of these in storage before, but it got either stolen or destroyed, I'm not sure which, by those stupid... There we go. Those stupid, Orklings. Any thoughts on noodle stir-fried, Chopin? Well, if you're gonna be serving them with sweet potatoes. There are a few ways that you could go. My personal preference, Chopin, would be a Sichuan-style stir-fried noodles. So let me give you... Let me give you a couple of recipes here. So this is what I recommend, Chopin. This is fairly close to what you would have at a typical Chinese restaurant. But if you make it at home, you can do a much better quality. Oh, they're separate. Okay. So there's a Sichuan-style variant. And that one is with shrimp. Here is one with pork. Now, here's a fun one, Chopin. This one you hear about a lot in media. But if you want to go a different direction with this, you can do the Kung Pao style noodles. And that's this. There is also... Let me see. Oh, here's a sesame beef one. But my personal favorite, Chopin... My personal favorite is called Dam Dam Mien, which is Dan Dan noodles. And this is a somewhat spicy stir-fried noodle dish. I believe it's stir-fried. This is my personal favorite. And that is the one that I recommend. And let me see if... See if I can find you one more. Here we go. So here is a super authentic... I know, Chopin, right? These blogs with their silly names. And if you really want to go at it from scratch, Chopin... There's this. No problem, Chopin. If it were me, if I had to pick, I would go with the Don Don noodles. No question. That's one of my favorite Chinese-style noodle recipes. I like it spicy, of course, and traditionally Don Don noodles are spicy. So as long as everybody that you're cooking for can handle that, that's what I would do. Otherwise, you might want to go with the sesame beef ones. Or you could do the Don Don noodles style, but not add any of the spicy ingredients, but... then it wouldn't be quite as authentic. It's up to you, you know your... Oh, just you. Okay. Well, you know your own taste better than anyone else. Yeah, Tramer, that's what happens. Please do, Chopin. I'd love to see how they turn out. Okay. Well then... Riceland, well, you can always change that. if you're interested in... If you're interested in learning to cook, even just a little bit, even just simple stuff, it's well worth doing, and it's really and truly not that difficult to get started. Okay, And Ricelin, if you're interested in learning how to do that, I'd be happy to chat with you sometime, either on Discord or elsewhere. And I'll be honest, Ricelin, cooking is something you could do with your daughter. And in fact, it's something you probably should do with your daughter, because the earlier you get her interested in cooking, the better at it she'll be, and the better able she will be to take care of herself, and she may even find she enjoys it. Cooking is something that when I was very young, my mother used to do with me occasionally. She would bring me into the kitchen with her, and if she was going to sit down and make something special, she would teach me how to do it. My mother, mind you, is not a good cook. However, there are a very few, like there are a handful of recipes that she knows how to make that I really liked as a kid. Like, my mother knows how to make a cheese souffle, and she would every once in a while make it for me as a really special treat, because it's really labor intensive and time intensive, and it's a fairly complex recipe. But every once in a while, like for my birthday as a kid, because I never really liked sweet foods, even as a kid I didn't like them all that much, sometimes instead of a cake I would ask my mother to make a cheese souffle for me, and I would help her make it. You know, she'd kind of teach me how to do the basic stuff, how to grate the cheese. She'd give me simple tasks that were safe. But that's something that you can do with your daughter, Ricelin. And baking especially is something that a lot of the girls in my class in elementary school, and in high school too to some extent, but even in elementary school, they would talk about how their mothers would teach them how to cook and how enthusiastic they were about it. Even a couple of the guys were super into it. In my culinary arts class, we had a couple of dudes who were just super passionate about cooking and really wanted to be professional chefs. And I think at least one of them did go on to be a professional chef, if what I heard afterward, after we graduated, was correct. Oh, okay, Ricelin. Yeah, if you already have, if your wife is a really good cook and she's the one who does most of the cooking, I can understand why you might not view it as being worth your time to do too often. But hey, again, it's a practical family activity that can be fun and that all three of you even can do together, you know? And that you end up with a nice end product when you're done. You know, it's not like just going out and going on a hike like my parents always used to do, where I'd come back exhausted and sore and not really feel like I'd gotten anything out of it, because we only ever ended up hiking the same trails over and over. So I knew every inch of the blasted trails by the time I was like 8 or 9. I would have loved it if I could have done more cooking with my parents. Or at least with my mother, because my father was always the sort that if anyone besides him was in the kitchen, they were in his way. And I find, for better or worse, I've kind of become that person too, where when I'm in the kitchen, everybody else just stay the hell out of my way, unless otherwise requested, because we don't need too many cooks in the kitchen. You too, Chopin? Yeah, it's kind of, when you have a particular way that you like things done, it's hard not to fall into that mentality. Oh yeah, absolutely, Ricelin. That's an ideal world, is when everyone can just sit down together and make dinner. when even one parent is working, sometimes that alone is enough to just sandbag being able to do that kind of thing together on a regular basis. I totally get it. It is, plus. It really is. Chopin, the best is when somebody is getting in your way in the kitchen, and then they offer to help, and then you give them a mundane task like dicing onions, or, you know, prepping the cuts of meat or something, and then they complain that you gave them the boring work. And you're like, what do you want from me? You asked if you could help. Here's something that would help. You could save me some time by dicing those onions and prepping that protein. You know, trimming the hard fat off that brisket for me. Oh, you don't want to? You wanted to do the cooking at the frying pan? Oh, I'm sorry. What if I don't want you cooking this cut of meat because I know you'll burn it? No, you can handle the onions. Or else just stay out of my way. Right? You know how it is, it sounds like. Yeah, Regals, exactly. Yeah, plus, exactly. Yeah, Regals, it does. Mise en place. Which is like probably the single most important underpinning principle of anything you will ever do in the kitchen. Like, come on. Get out of here with that prepping ingredients is boring. What do you think apprentice chefs spend their first couple of years doing? Other than the dishes. Alright, I think I will need 12 planks. I already have 3. So that's 6. Oh, I'm gonna need more rope. Oh, you know what? Actually, I think the rope in my raft respawned. That's 7. Let's check, because I'm pretty sure... Ah! Yes. And we've got some berries and coconuts. Or a coconut. Okay, that's those. Oh, gotcha, Riceland. If you don't mind, what are some examples? Like, what are the kinds of things that you make that you like that no one else does? Or is it just the way that you make them? Okay, so we just need one more rope. Because, yeah, Riceland, if that's the case, then it sounds like you really don't have much incentive at all to do anything differently. Oops. There we go. Excellent. So, we've got our planks. We need some bones. And I believe we are going to need a little bit more grass. Oh, and actually, I should probably eat before we go. Well, you know what? We could still make a whole boatload of... these. So far, Bone, it seems that way. Yes, I haven't encountered anything higher. Oh, okay, Ricelin. You know, Ricelin, I think already I'm putting 2 and 2 together, and I think I have some sense of what the problem might be, just based on what you just said. It sounds to me, Ricelin, as though you actually like your food to have flavor, whereas, since I know you live in the UK, most of the other people that you interact with, or at the very least, a significant majority of them probably, are accustomed to their food not really having an awful lot of flavor. And they probably have grown accustomed to it and prefer it that way. So, if it makes you feel any better, Ricelin, you are the one who is correct in that situation. The problem is not you. Hello, Nightshade. Welcome. Actually, we should probably rest. Yeah, Ricelin, I mean, people meme on British cuisine a lot. And I do want to be fair. There are some pretty good food items that originate in the UK. But British cuisine has the reputation it has for a reason, which I'm sure I don't need to explain to you. Especially contemporary British cuisine, with all the fried food. You know, people joke about America, but the UK is pretty similar in that regard. Oh, excellent, Nightshade. I'm really glad to hear that. And Ricelin, what that often means, from a lot of the Brits that I've talked to, like, I'm talking a substantial number of the Brits that I've ever interacted with, when we've talked about food, it's been a very similar sort of story. To the tune of, well, what kinds of things do you like? And then their response is very frequently, their favorite food is something fried, or, you know, cod and chips. Or, I'll just go down to the shops and get a doner kebab, or something like that, you know? That sort of stuff. Oh, why did I put those back? I need those. Ah, yeah, Metroid, exactly. And Metroid, I find that part of it is that if you're white, and you go to an ethnic restaurant, especially an authentic restaurant, and you ask for something spicy as a white person, they're going to give you something that really isn't all that spicy at all. I get that treatment a lot at Indian restaurants that I've never visited before. The ones that I go to in my local area, that know me are good about it because they know that I actually like, no, I want that actually spicy, please. But at restaurants that are used to serving Karens and just folks who think that they want something spicy, but then the minute they actually get it the way that the culture it comes from would eat it, their heads explode. You know, it's difficult because those restaurants are so used to dealing with those kinds of people that if you're actually a white person who likes spicy food in earnest, it's a little bit difficult, you know? And one of the best examples of that is I went to a Chinese-style hot pot restaurant in Boston once. I did a video on it, actually. It's called The Q Restaurant, and it's in Chinatown in Boston. And I tried to order the spiciest broth on their menu for the hot pot, and the waitress literally wouldn't let me. She literally took one look at me and said no. And I was like, what, look, is that just because I'm a white dude? Are you expecting me to just melt down after I eat that stuff? And I don't know how truthful she was when she answered this, but her reply was basically that, no, even the Chinese kids who come in here thinking they're hot shit get blown the hell up when they eat that. Is basically what it amounted to. So I'm sorry, Taihaula, I'm sorry. Okay. That. Huh? Exactly, Ricelin, exactly. When you're raised on something and you just get used to it, and it becomes all you know, then the more accustomed to it you get, the harder it is to adapt to anything else. And that's why every time I take my mother out to dinner, all she wants to order is chicken that's barely cooked. You know, stuff that's just super, super safe and mild. She can't handle anything spicy, though. And I can't really fault her for that. That's just how she was born, I guess, that she's super, super sensitive to spicy stuff, but well, Chopin, the Russian roulette takoyaki was something completely different. That was deliberately too spicy for anybody. That's what that stuff is. Oh, you know, I can appreciate that, Wriggles. I can appreciate that. Okay, yeah, like in America, Ricelin. Even in Germany, coffee is by far the more popular beverage between coffee and tea. You two hang out here. Yeah, Bone, for my mother, it's just her ability to taste it. You know, it's her mouth. I feel like... I feel like there should be able to build stuff here, but there might already be traps there. I'm not totally certain. Ah. Ah. Stupid bats. You know what? Oh, okay. That doesn't work. Holy cow, those monkeys really tore it up. You know what? I don't need these two running off, rampaging around. It can stick with me. Wow, where did I get all this grass? Alright, for some reason I can't build anything here. So I guess there must already be traps there. Okay, yeah, it won't let me erase anything there, but... Okay, that's kind of weird. Well, we'll just put that there, that there, that there, and those there. Yes, Ricelin, it is, although it's less common now. Now it's mostly kebab shops and other sorts of places. But there are still those little street vendors, or there were before COVID. They're probably all either out of business or temporarily on hiatus now. But up until COVID, they did still exist. There we are. let's see. Yeah, it looks like I can walk down here, but... Alright, well, whatever. Probably done the best we can with what we've got. Yeah, Bone, I imagine they're probably just waiting for COVID to end so that they can reopen. Those kinds of places got hit quite hard, unfortunately, and the need for social distancing has really hurt them. So when COVID is finally gone, or at least when it's under control enough that people can start resuming their old lives, I suspect there will be fewer of those places than there were in the beginning. Which is heartbreaking, but... hopefully, where one disappeared, another will rise to take its place. Taihao, the places that have physical store locations, some of them are. But Riceland is talking about a literal cart or a stand set up on the street. And those places can't really very well do takeout, unfortunately. Okay. Let's see. Sure you do, Taihao. I'll show you. I think you're thinking of something slightly different than what I'm referring to, but let me give you an example. Let me see. Here we go. Taihao, I'm talking about stuff like this. No, not really a food truck. This kind of thing. You probably have a different word for it. I imagine since British English and American English have different ways of describing things. The issue might just be in communication. But we're talking either places like that, Taihao, or places like this, which is a somewhat more permanent location in an actual building. The first link is like temporary little tents almost, or just street-side stalls or stands. And then the second one is an actual restaurant in a physical building that they just pull a big metal shutter down over it at the end of the day. Yeah, wouldn't we all, Breakfast? Wouldn't we all? Yeah, Taihao, I figured. I figured it was probably just the word I was using that was being unclear. But yeah, even in American English, those are sometimes called food stalls. But in American English, those words seem to be more interchangeable. Whereas, from what you're saying, it sounds like they have clearer definitions in British English. But Riceland, in Germany, usually where you see that kind of thing is during the holiday season. And most often it's food trucks, but often enough still there are the German Christmas markets where people will just set up a little tent or a stand, or they'll push a cart or park a food truck in a public place, like a central, usually a city square or someplace like a city square. And there'll just be these enormous, enormous Christmas markets with all kinds of food stands and people selling roasted meats or hot chocolate or mulled wine or sometimes sandwiches or pickled herring or smoked sausages and all kinds of other really great stuff. One of the things I love about Germany is the Christmas markets. Even though I'm not Christian and I'm not religious at all, it's great just for the food. And for the atmosphere is quite nice. Obviously, not a thing during COVID, unfortunately, but... yeah, Taihao. There are a few of those New York, like, hot dog-style carts, but mainly it's other stuff. Hey, Vineg, welcome! Thank you so much for the resub. I really appreciate that. Alright, actually, I need more rope. Well, Taihao, as I understand it, the Christmas markets, as a concept, I'm pretty sure they originated in Germany. I'm pretty sure that they just, they started off here, I think. Oh, you know what? I need a multi-tool. Which actually, fortunately, I can make with my hands. Hello, Sugar Crow, welcome. Yeah, sure. I guess you could argue that Germans just needed an excuse to go on doing what they were doing for the rest of the year on Christmas. Then again, did they really? Did they really need that excuse? Oh, that sucks, Breakfast. I'm sorry to hear that. What happened? Did the Amazon driver get delayed or something? Or just the shipment got stuck in a warehouse? Actually, these two can just hang out here and guard the camp. Yeah, Riceland, my guess that it would be that it was probably a portable stand. Probably either a tent or a cart, because that's usually how it goes. Yeah, Riceland, and it's exactly like those videos that I just posted in chat of the British equivalent of it. Where they'll be serving something that's fairly, you know, generic, like sausages or chicken or sandwiches or, you know, hamburgers or something like that. They definitely still existed up until COVID, at least. All right. Well, now I can... start gathering up all the stuff that got left behind here, and I think there was like another stack of, yeah, another stack of petals half finished. Oh, I know why I can't build traps here. Now that I hear it. Listen to my footsteps. This is water I'm standing on. I can't build that stuff here because it's water. Okay. So then actually it looks like maybe I should just begin expanding this outward in this direction. Cow, and there sure was a lot being hidden behind these trees. Actually, I wonder... Oh, actually, that's really handy. Good to know I can get through there. That does save a bit of time. Oops. Rope seems to be an ingredient that I just cannot get enough of. Oh, okay, Riceland, that's good. Juices as in fruit juices, I'm guessing? Because that's something. That's worth something. Oh, there goes my multi-tool. Oh, and wouldn't you know it? There we go. Riceland, I have to ask then, what sorts of juices do you... Oh, wow, alright. Is that it? Actually, yeah, the traps seem to be working quite well. I'm impressed. Oh! One of them was caught in a loop somehow. Okay, so one of them did find its way around here. That is dismaying, so I guess I'm gonna have to... Ah, yeah, okay. Well, that's problematic. Looks like the traps were enough to take care of most of them. Yeah, Taihao, they can. The monkey that I gave the bow to apparently wasn't all that good with it, but... they certainly can. And Nikita, my goal for today is to finally finish up working on the base so that I can actually go exploring a little bit. Ah, I see, Riceland. Okay, interesting. Well, I don't drink, but my father assures me that he loves to put a little bit of some sort of alcohol or another in his beverages, or what it really amounts to with him is he likes to put a little bit of fruit juice in his alcohol sometimes. Yeah, Nikita, you can see that what I've been working on here is placing traps outside the spot where I built my little base, with the intention that the traps should keep the orclings out, but it looks as though an orcling might have gotten around that, because there was one down here, which the monkeys were supposed to handle, but for whatever reason, they weren't able to. Well, you two might agree on that, Riceland. I'll certainly I will certainly say that much. Alright. Pull up now so I don't have to worry about eating for a while. Oh, excellent. And that little blanket gave us a nearly 50% stamina boost. Question is, does that stamina boost remain once it recharges? I have a feeling it probably should. I would think it would. Yeah, it does. Great. Another thing I need to do is I need to find and recruit more monkeys. Because my lack of manpower, or, you know, primate power, as it were, is one of the most significant impeding factors. Oh, we got some charred fish. Oh, and there's a tool handle there for some reason. I don't know why one of them had that. That's a good question, Tai-Hao. But, Tai-Hao, people call different things after various countries for seemingly no reason at all, right? An Irish shower is just dousing yourself in cologne. It has nothing to do with alcohol, per se, but for some reason it's just called that. Oh, hi, Severn. Yeah, assistance from primates is a central mechanic in this game. And repairing this stuff is going to be a pain. Nikita, there's probably already a name for it. I bet if you run an internet search for it, you'll find that somebody has already given that a name. It'll probably be a really random name, too, that doesn't really have anything to do with the drink or its contents. Alright, does anything else need to be repaired? Hi, Artista! It looked like it. It looks like the walls are good to go. And the traps are good to go. And actually, what we can do, put that on the wall in order to grab these berries, if there are any left. Okay. Alright, so that brings the traps all the way up to the wall. Or it should. Oh, we didn't have nearly enough. Okay. So I do still have one more to build there anyway. Okay. That's fine. Rum with apple juice. No name. Huh. I'm surprised. Oh, God. You know what? Man, the counterattack is super difficult with the spear. Alright, what do we have? Like 4 or 5 more spaces? So while we're here, I might as well make sure I put the grass in these recipes. And I feel like maybe one more row of bone traps will be helpful. Okay, well, we've got everything that was lying around here. Well, Nikita, I guess you get to come up with a name for it. I guess whoever first came up with adding rum to apple juice couldn't be bothered. That's a good point, Sugar Crow. You're right. Maybe they were just too drunk. That's entirely fair. I think, just because it can only attack in 4 directions, the spear is not an ideal weapon for bats. Ah, okay, and there we get some more free materials. Now, actually, I can go get my stuff off the wall. Honestly, it might even be worth having a row of traps inside the wall. I do also need the timber. You could be forgiven for thinking that, Ryslin, yeah. That's just the special attack that the axe-type weapons in this game have. Oh, okay, Sugar Crow, interesting. I know that sometimes I see apple cider mulled with different spices with some alcohol added to it, but again, it's of no interest to me since I don't drink. We go with another one of these. Alright, let's get some wooden planks made. Oh, I'm gonna need more rope. As a matter of fact, we can dig up these stumps and get a little more lumber. Oh, yeah, that sounds about right, Sugar Crow. Then again, who from any part of Germany doesn't love alcohol? Other than me. Yeah, Sugar Crow, that goes back to what we were saying before about how if you grew up with something, you just get so used to it that it's all you want. Oh, and I forgot to... Oh, a treasure map just appeared there. Okay. Yeah, that'll do. Now I can just start crafting some... Honestly, I probably should... My charcoal. There it is. Probably should craft a multi-tool. So what did it say we needed? A tool handle and a metal ingot. Oh, no, that's fine, Roycelyn. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah. That'll be a paste made out of, I want to say offal, or, it might be pork or beef. But you see a lot of stuff like that around Germany where they made it into like a spread for sandwiches, something that you could easily put on bread. Oh, and there's how we make the metal hinges. So actually, we could do that. We could do... Rycelyn, I take it that vacation was your wife's idea. It sounded like she was behind the planning for it. Ah, and there's the bucket. Okay. Metal frame, metal sheet, and a metal hinge. Okay, so I'm guessing... Yeah, okay. I'm guessing that with one more metal ingot, if we craft that, we would get the recipes for the frame. We'll hang that on the wall over here. You know, actually, where is you? You could use a little bit of experience. So we will swap. And I will have you. That, and then we'll get... And you... Oh, I don't have a spare multi-tool, never mind. Yeah, he's quite a bit faster at it. Rycelyn, I guess in married relationships, maybe that's true. For me, I don't know if I could give up the prerogative of planning if I were in a relationship. I mean, obviously, I'd be open to compromise, but I'm so accustomed to being the one who makes all the plans and all the arrangements, and to just doing everything for myself and to being completely independent that I don't know that I would be able to give it up. But to each their own, as they say, as long as you're happy where you are. Plus, it is nice sometimes to just let somebody else do the work. Depending on the situation, anyway. couple more. Nobleman, it sounds like you've got a little bit of experience. Yeah, no, that's totally okay, Ricelin. I knew what you meant. I understand what you were driving at. Okay, so we've got the bones and we've got the wood, and I'm pretty sure I already put the grass. But we'll just bring this last little bit just to be on the safe side. And then we'll save. And I guess actually we'll put that sword... No, you know what? We'll give it to her. Because I'm not so sure about that bow and arrow. Oh, the mysterious shop is now open. I wonder where. Certainly not around here. Or there. Wish you could zoom the map out just a little bit more. Ah. Way the heck up there. Well, that's not going to be a particularly accessible spot. Oh, and actually, I'd probably better eat before I leave. What am I even doing? Oh, whoops, I took them all. I didn't mean to take them all. I really find myself grateful that this game doesn't have a food spoilage mechanic, like some other survival games do. Oh, hi, Dragon! This is a game that I found on PSN a couple of days ago, and thought I might try it out and see how it was. It's got a little bit of everything you'd expect. It's a survival-themed game, but it's got some crafting and some exploration, and it's also got a little bit of dungeon crawling in it as well. It's, I kind of, the best way I can describe it is that it feels like playing a Zelda game with some basic crafting elements. I'm gonna guess don't starve, Dragon. No? Valheim? Valheim is a survival game? I had no idea. No, actually, Dragon, it's funny you say that because you're the first person to suggest Valheim to me. I've seen a couple of other people playing it, but I've never actually checked it out. It's a survival crafter. Interesting. Well, color me educated. Now I know. I thought it was like an action RPG sort of game. You build a villager base... What, in Valheim, Chopin? Huh. Yeah, I had no idea. I was under the impression that it was a very different sort of game than that. Well, interesting to know. I guess I'll do a little bit more research on it then. Thank you both for the heads up. Viking-themed survival crafter. Oh, third-person hacky that might be why, Dragon, because I dropped by one of Nick's streams when he was streaming Valheim, and what I saw him doing was basically just the combat. So I walked away with the impression that Valheim was just kind of a third-person action game. I guess I just didn't stick around long enough to see him do any of the crafting. Interesting. Okay, randomly generated worlds. Voxel world where less is more. Random, you build and explore your area, upgrade, and can play with friends? Really? Word of mouth has sold 3 million really? And it's still in early access? No kidding. Best 20 bucks you spent in a year at least. That's awesome. Okay. Well, I guess I'll have to actually seriously see what it's all about then. Because I watched about, I think, 5 or 10 minutes of Nick streaming it. And I guess I must just not have seen enough to see what it really was. Okay, Riceland, interesting. Yeah, I saw Nick playing it, and I dropped by to check it out. And I've seen a bunch of the other people that I know or follow on Twitch playing it. I've seen Dragon playing it, actually. And I just never really gave it any thought, because I thought it was probably just another uninspired, you know, third-person hack-and-slash game trying to capitalize on the Souls formula or something, and I just sort of dismissed it. But I'm glad to know that that's not what it is. Wow, Dragon, you ought to be getting some royalties out of that or something. Like a sponsorship deal. Hey, Soki, welcome back. Yeah, Riceland, my guess is we can probably chalk that up to it being in early access. I imagine that once it gets patched and updated and polished a little bit more, that might change. If it's this popular. Valheim, Soki, Valheim. Which I knew next to nothing about until Dragon dropped by and a couple of other people started discussing it. Interesting, Dragon. Good to know. Yeah, I guess I'll have to do a little bit more reading on it. And yeah, these games all have some level of time sink. I mean, just the crafting and the gathering and all of that. There's a certain time sink to this sort of game, you know, this genre, no matter what. The last thing I have to craft. Looks like it is. Oh yeah, I've heard a little bit about Outriders, Dragon. I've never been into schlooters myself. I don't even really like the term schlooters. It just sounds vulgar somehow. But yeah, I can appreciate that. I hope Outriders turns out to be an enjoyable game as well, Dragon. That doesn't sound like the sort of game I would touch, but it's probably a good bit of fun for streaming, if nothing else. Well, Soki, I mean, you've got several people's recommendation for it here. People seem to think fairly well of it. Oh yeah, Dragon, Diablo was everybody's first looter-style game. I don't know a single person who didn't get into that genre through Diablo. And most of them, it was either Diablo 1 or Diablo 2. And in fact, of those, I think the vast majority were Diablo 2. Because isn't that regarded as, like, the definitive game in the Diablo series? Fair enough, Soki. If you've got a pretty big backlog, then I don't blame you for sleeping on it. Personally, I don't have nearly a big enough backlog. I have the opposite problem myself. Yeah, Dragon, I never owned a gaming PC as a kid, so I never had the chance to play those old games. But when I was a kid, for a while, all I was hearing was Diablo this, Diablo that, it's such a great game. And there I was, sitting there feeling like I was being cheated and missing out. But everybody else whose parents were kind enough to buy them gaming PCs, or, you know, wealthy enough, because mine sure weren't, they seemed to be enjoying it. Yeah, Dragon, I was cheated by poverty as a kid. Poverty and miserly parents, for another thing. Oh my gosh, look who it is! Clemps! Clemps, thank you so much for the raid! What are you doing, man? Hello and welcome! Clemps, I can't imagine your folks are going to be at all interested in what I'm playing now, but thank you. I'm happy to have anybody who's willing to stay. How are you doing, Clemps? I hope you've been well. And safe. Yeah, you were lucky, Dragon. You were lucky you were able to get a cheap PC. Because even if I had been able to save up the money to, my parents would have forbidden me from buying it. Flat out. Well, they're welcome to if they see fit, Clemps. This game is called The Survivalists. And it is, I believe, published by Team 17. I don't even remember who the developer is. But it's the same developer as The Escapists. I just don't remember the name of the team. But it's pretty much what it says on the box. It's a survival-oriented, sort of crafting-oriented, but also somewhat Zelda-like dungeon-crawling game, which I haven't even gotten around to the dungeon-crawling elements yet. Yeah, Sugar Crow, I had to visit my friends, or when I was very young, I had a babysitter whose husband actually owned an NES. And he was super into Dragon Warrior and The Legend of Zelda. He had Dragon Warrior and Zelda 1, and then they had, like, the Jeopardy and Wheel of Fortune NES games that they liked to play. Because, you know, they were adults at that time. They were fairly young adults. They were, like, in their, I don't know, 30s maybe, late 30s. And I would get to play games on the NES with her son, who was a year younger than me. Clemps, how are you doing? It's great to see you. How have you been? It's been a little while since our paths crossed. I imagine you're probably off to get yourself some food. But thank you again. Yeah, Dragon, I know your story. I didn't have that rebellious streak in me as a kid, though. Like, my dad was kind of the equivalent of your mom when I was a kid, Dragon, and I just didn't have it in me. I was the good kid who just wanted to make everyone happy. Yeah, Chopin. That too. Hello, Hegalundra. Welcome. Ah, yeah, Dragon. Everybody loved GoldenEye back in the day. That was another one I heard about ceaselessly, like just non-stop. Oh, really, Clemps? Well, I don't know whether to offer you my condolences or my congratulations, but it sounds like you're making some progress, and that at least is a good thing if it's the case. Techie was the good... Yeah, I kind of figured that might be the case, Dragon. Clemps, I hope at the very least that you're doing okay. The affection for Mega Man 6, Cursed Nobleman? Actually, that, oddly enough, was given to me as a birthday present by my aunt and uncle, whom my aunt was for many, and she still is, she's technically retired, but she's still working a few days a week. My aunt is a software engineer, and my uncle is a fairly high-profile lawyer. So they do have some money. They live in a really nice apartment in Manhattan, in Battery Park. And they would always get me really nice things for my birthday, which were almost always video game related, much to my parents' consternation. And even though I never owned an NES as a kid, one year, I think I was 11 or maybe 12, I asked them specifically for that game because it had just come out at that time. Maybe it was a little bit earlier than that. But I asked them for that game because it had just come out not more than a year or two before. Even though I didn't own an NES, I asked them for it for the purpose of bringing it to my babysitter's house and playing it there. And they got it. Well, Dragon, sometimes that's just who a person is. I'm still that person to a large extent. I'll stick up for myself now, where I never used to as a kid. But I would rather solve problems with diplomacy than aggression and force. Oh, good. I'm glad it was positive, Clemps. So then it is my congratulations I should be offering you. Well, good. I'm glad that you are on the upswing, at least, Clemps, and that things sound to be going at least a little better. Actually, half tempted to go looking for that stupid shopkeeper because... Well, Dragon, your dad was absolutely right about that. And good on him for not buying into all of that stupidity the mass media was peddling at the time about video games turning kids into murderers. We knew then it wasn't true, and we know it now more than ever, but there are still people who are ignorant enough to believe it, unfortunately, who just don't get their information through the right channels. Fortunately, though, now that so many people are reliant on electronics as part of their daily life, it's one of the silver linings, I guess, of COVID. Now, it's a lot easier to get those people to accept what is actually true. No, Soki, it's interesting you ask about SteamWorld, because I was looking at SteamWorld a couple of days ago while I was browsing PSN, and when I eventually ended up with this. I was looking at SteamWorld, but just never ended up going for it, I suppose. Because this looked a little bit more, I don't know, a little bit closer to my personal preference. Oh, yeah, Artista, like, what are you supposed to do, you know? When someone's judging you for a stupid reason that isn't even correct. What am I looking for? Oh, that's what I'm looking for. These. Oh, and I think I can make some stewed berries as well. I believe for that I need some petals. And he'll just cook them for me. Welcome back, Monotone! I can imagine that, Dragon. I can absolutely imagine that in your voice. Yeah, Hegalundra, you're not the only one. One of my other viewers is having the same problem right now, where he's finally scraped together enough money to get the PC he wants, and the day he got the money for it, the shop that he was going to buy the parts from ran out of GPUs. Yeah, Monotone, sometimes you just have to. Sometimes parents from the generation that your parents and my parents came from, they just can't understand. And they can't keep their judgments or their opinions to themselves, and they can't be bothered to try to change their minds about it or to learn. So sometimes you just can't share it with them. It's unfortunate, but that's why you have your online friends, right, Monotone? That's why you can come hang out here with nerds like me. Okay, Dragon, no problem. Yeah, I'll try and message you as soon as I have a little bit of time, Dragon. We'll catch up soon. In the meantime, take care of yourself, and thanks for dropping by. It's good to see you. Enjoy your lurk. Yeah, Nobleman, everybody's waiting for some component or another that's out of stock. If it's not the stupid 30 series cards, which it usually is, because the scalpers got all of those too, along with the damn PS5s. Yeah, Hegel, I ended up teaching my parents how to use Discord. I helped them set up Discord accounts, and now they message me every now and then, and it's a lot easier than trying to get an international calling card, which I used to have to do before options like Skype and Discord existed. And boy, that was a pain. Oh, that's fantastic, Hegel. So you got her into it. Oh, yeah, and Monotone, you've got your very special buddy there, Sugar Crow, your biology pal. I still think that's the most adorable thing, that you and Sugar Crow have become such good friends over biology and your shared major. Alright, what do I need here? Yeah, okay, stewed berries. Well, that's fair. Oh, actually, I should put the rest of this stuff away first. Are they, Soki? I seem to see power supplies relatively available anyway on websites like Amazon and Newegg. Although I guess if you're going for a really specific super high-end one, they might be harder to find. The power supply I have in my current PC is fairly high-end. And fortunately, I didn't have too much trouble finding it. Yeah, it's funny how that works, Sugar Crow, isn't it? Where you get to know somebody so well and you get to hang out with them enough that it feels like you've known them a lot longer than you actually have. I feel like I've known both of you quite a lot longer than I have, although I think in Monotone's case, he's been around since my early days on YouTube, and even you, Sugar Crow. I remember interacting with you at least several years back, I think. Oh, please, Artista. Please. Really, Sugar Crow? That was how you found me? Well, you know how it goes, Sugar Crow. It's like Clemps was just saying. Sometimes something that isn't necessarily the best on its face can, at the very least, lead to something a little bit better down the road. Oh, I need firewood. Okay, Sugar Crow, I see. Oh, okay, Soki, so it's just the regular middle-of-the-road ones that are hard to get. Fascinating. I'm surprised that's the case. Although I suppose I shouldn't be surprised, because the ones that are just enough are probably the ones that are most in demand. I doubt there are too many people going for the super high-end ones, and there probably also aren't too many people going for the really crappy ones. Hello, Venny, welcome! Well, dare I say, I think we might finally be nearing the point where our base is in a state that I am comfortable leaving it in. Yeah, Soki, quite a few people did. Oh, okay, Sugar Crow. I haven't heard of ludology, but I'm glad that you found your way in. Alright, everyone, let me just take a very brief break to refill my water pitcher because I just ran out of water, and I don't want to just sit here drinking tea and dehydrating myself all evening. So let me just take just a moment, and I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. Alright, I'm back. Thank you all for your patience. I'll tell you what, I don't need a hydration bot yelling at me to remind me to drink enough water. Alright, so what I was thinking we might do now that I'm fairly confident in my ability to survive... Oh, blast it. Well, we'll just save, we won't sleep. I was thinking we might check out some of the dungeons on this island. So I'm gonna grab... I'm gonna grab a couple of healing items. Welcome back, Doug. And I think we've got enough in the way of weapons to last us a little while, at least. So I'm going to head over this way. The monkeys can stay and guard the camp, because... And actually... one of them is going to need a better weapon than that. So... can have that. That can go there. Hey Sam, welcome! How are you doing, Sam? It's great to see you. Ugh, God, Monotone, your brother eats the shell? What's wrong with that boy? Soki, my monkey's having a house party when I get back is the least of my worries. What I'm worried about is a bunch of orklings attacking my stupid camp when I'm not there to defend it. And I've discovered that the traps I set outside the wall are probably pretty effective. But I'm leaving the monkeys there as insurance. Oh, good. A lightweight shovel and a torch. Now I can dig up this treasure chest. Oh! And a lightweight axe. Well... this isn't going to leave me with an awful lot of, room in my inventory. But I'm hoping I won't need the shovel. I mean, the spear is going to be breaking fairly soon, so... Wow, Monotone. I think your brother needs some help. I hate to be the one to tell you that, but... Oh, you can't roll through boxes in this game, huh? Oh, you know what? I could have just come here for wooden slats? Bloody hell. Alright, yeah, Taihao, I don't know if there actually are keys for the chests. But if there are, you sure as hell don't have access to the keys before you have access to just breaking them. Choose recipe? Oh, you can cook over the fires in the dungeon. A minute, but... But there's nothing in here. Unless... there's a door somewhere that I'm not seeing? Oh, here it is. Okay. To the right. Mind the gap. You may encounter pits you or your monkeys cannot cross. Try building a bridge over gaps using multi-purpose poles and wooden floors? Oh, boy. Just what I need. I'm gonna get you next time, he says as he dies. What was that message that just played? I didn't see it. Well. This, I suspect, is going to be one of those situations where I end up wishing I'd brought a monkey to carry a treasure chest. Okay, yeah, it is totally dark. Totally dark. Timber? Oh, can I not light this with the torch? I guess I can't. Oh, alright. Fine then. Room complete. Oh, that's what that was. Room complete. So it must unlock the door to the next, You know, actually... Interestingly, I think... Yeah. Oh, but I need a multi-tool. Blah. if I had that, I could actually cook stuff over the brazier in the dungeon. We have bone... Oh, and a sturdy multi-tool. Well, don't mind if I do. Actually... And we're earning a fairly decent amount of money out of this as well. Yeah, indoor barbecue, Tai Hao. I love how I'm stirring it around in the brazier like it's a cooking pot. Actually, it's really valuable to know that you can get pre-made wooden slats in here. Oh, really, Sam? This is a sequel to The Escapists. Interesting. That I had no idea. Oh, and there's a monkey. Okay, so what I need to do here is... I need to get rid of this thing. Okay, we freed another monkey. Ooh, these guys do not mess around. Sheesh. Actually, it's a good thing I brought a weapon, because now that monkey can have a bone club. Hey, Regita, welcome! We got a flimsy pickaxe. And another torch. I wonder... No? Choose recipe. Oh! Ice pickaxe? Labyrinth gem and a broken ice pickaxe. Earth club. Earth pickaxe. Interesting. A fire sword, a fire spear, wind axe, and a wind spear. Oh, okay, Sam, gotcha. Okay, so this altar, then... This altar is where I would... Oh, what do we have here? Riceland! Riceland, thank you so much. I'm gonna go ahead and guess that that was like 20 or 25 pounds. The currency conversion is showing it to me in USD. Riceland says, just a small token, as my little daughter loves him and has always been... And he has always been an oasis of sanity in the open sewer that is called the internet. Oh, Riceland, very poetic. Thank you so much. I seriously appreciate that. That was incredibly generous of you, and you didn't need to do that, but I'm very, very grateful to you for the support. Thank you so much for helping keep the Ragtime Lounge in business, even during COVID. Not that it would have closed during COVID, but, you know. And thank you for helping feed a hungry spy, as ever. Seriously. Bryceland, I really appreciate that. Alright, this all there is to the dungeon? Looks like this might be it. Don't see any other exits. Yeah, I guess this was it. Huh. You know, and here I came prepared for a really tough fight. And I mean, I guess the skeletons in there certainly weren't a trifling matter, but... Three bones, 10 bat wings, flimsy arrows. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like, feel like that can be it. Okay, and the stuff does still stay. Alright, oh. Monkey down! I really ought to have this monkey carry a treasure chest. Yeah, I guess we'll just have to come back. Also, those are horse sounds these stags are making. Okay. So I guess we need to build a treasure chest. Oh, for goodness sake, Monotone. Did we... Ah, it refreshed. Very well. I guess most of the rest of this is food. Alright, let's sleep till morning. And I think now we have enough resources to be able to make a large chest. 8 wooden slats and 3 hinges. Ah, we just need 1 more. Okay, actually, we can arrange that fairly simply. But first... Oh, we don't have room. Not that. That goes in here. Honestly, those can go in here too, because I don't know if there's a duration on the torch, but sure doesn't seem like there is one. All right. So now we can go make a large treasure chest. Take those. 2 of those. Those can go in. And... whoops. We'll take a few of those. Make 1 of these. Okay. Those, and 3 hinges, and... excellent. Yeah, thanks, Monotone. I figure I might as well use the wall space for tools to save room in my, storage containers. What's going to end up happening after this is that this 3rd monkey that I just rescued, this poor monkey, it's going to be her sad fate to carry around this treasure chest with all the crap I pick up in the dungeons. Because my inventory is limited to what you see at the bottom of the screen. Oh, and she can still carry the weapon. Excellent. There do seem to be some decorations monotone. I haven't bothered with them, but they do exist. Well, Taihao, I pay with room, board, and monkey food. Which actually, the meals in this game that monkeys like are not bad. They're mostly made up of fruit. No, Curse Nobleman, there's not. The monkeys handle that. You're meant to have... I guess to basically just do this, you're meant to have a monkey carrying a treasure chest around at all times. But that's fine, because I now have 2 monkeys to stay and permanently guard the base. And I think the 2 of them should be enough. They bloody well better be, anyway. They should be enough to fight off any of those stupid orklings that show up looking for trouble. The orklings aren't bad, but the skeletons in the dungeons, they have proven to still be a problem. Yeah, pretty much, Nobleman. I'm pretty much just riding around in a chariot pulled by monkeys. Let's, Might as well just gather up all that stuff. Throw it in the box. At this point, this monkey is basically carrying my entire campsite. Okay, I guess... Guess that'll do. And actually, that can go in too. As I don't need this getting any more complicated than it already is. Oh, the mysterious shop is now open. I wonder where he moved to. I hope it's this island so I can go buy him out. It is not, in fact, this island. Oh, he's at his spot down there. Okay, well, now that I know how to get there, and now that I think I can actually reasonably handle the enemies on the way... might actually be worth a trip. If for no other reason than to sell off all this garbage. Oh, you know what? Right, you hang out there. While I deal with this. There we are. I guess I must have stashed some pebbles there. Yeah, okay, I must have stashed a lot of junk there. Sheesh. Okay, follow me again. You stay there. It looks like there's somebody over here who's going to be looking for a fight. Let's deal with that. Got him. Oh, and we got a bow out of that. That's not bad. Ah, you're gonna get trapped there. Oh. Nice. Flimsy arrows. There we are. Actually, that works out reasonably well. And in fact, I think there's one of the aggressive ones over here. Yep. There he is. Okay, you can follow me again. Oh, monotone, for God's sake, man. Actually, I wonder if we use a shovel and we dig up this guy. Oh no, just mud, huh? What do we have here? Oh, we have a shiny treasure chest. Well, at least I'm not going to be hurting for shovels. Okay. Oh, human weak, huh? Who's weak now? You actually drop anything else? Look like it. Potted flowers. That's an item for decorating your house. I guess I might as well hang on to that for decoration purposes. They sell for peanuts, but you can decorate your house with it. And what have we here? Another treasure chest buried. See what's inside. Ooh. Wow, there was 600 gold in that chest. And another lightweight axe to replace my current one when it breaks, which it's about to. Alright, let's do this. The Cryptic Dark Maze. Okay. Like there's only the one way. Yeah, Ricelin, I hope so too. Although if there are, they'll probably at least drop something good. Mimics usually do. Usually in games like this, mimics are all about, protecting valuable treasure. There are, Soki? Like, treasure chest mimics? Call of Duty is not the series I would have expected to see mimics show up in. What are they, Soki? Some sort of mechanical mimic? Or are they actually alive? Okay, actually, you can wait here, because we do not need you getting involved in this fight. Supply cache? Yeah, Soki, but I mean, like, are they mechanical mimics, as in they're not living things? Or are they living creatures? Ooh, sweetheart picture. And mud. Eh. Torch. Another one of those. Oh, they're monsters. They look like some kind of Lovecraft. I see. Yeah, that's the question I was kinda asking. Whoa, did I just put the torch in here? No, I didn't. I just extinguished it. Okay. Okay, I hear enemies. Yep, okay. You wait here. I wonder if we... Yes, we can. Okay. It's not worth trying to kill the skeletons. Oh, that's why I didn't have a weapon equipped. Yeesh. Well, I'm certainly going to be needing that gold sword from here on out, and actually probably that. Ah, let's see, Soki. I'm curious. Oh, Dayub, yeah, if you can get it on sale, definitely get it on sale. Oh, okay, Soki, interesting. Yeah, this is definitely not what I would expect in a Call of Duty game, but if there are zombies, then I suppose it makes a certain amount of sense. And yeah, Dayub, or Diabe, I'm sorry, I'm not 100% sure of the pronunciation of that username, but yes, it's not a bad game so far. It's definitely at full price, a little bit overpriced, but if you can get it on sale, then yeah, well worth getting on sale. Oh, and another monkey. Perfect. Well, now that I know we can do that, now that I know that, or it seems anyway, that there is a monkey in just about every dungeon, if the past two were any indication. Then we can give this monkey the bow and arrow. While this one holds the bag, basically. Oh, was that it? Okay. So, I mean, these are early game dungeons. I guess it makes a certain amount of sense. But it's kind of weird to me that there's just one fairly tough fight, and then that's it. But actually, it's just as well, because that means we can move straight on to the next labyrinth. Oh, and a Viking shield. Too bad it's only a wall hanger, but... Alright, and actually, we might take the opportunity to do a bit of cooking here. Because we've got... we've got a few things that we can cook. Oh, I see trouble approaching. Oh, okay, no! My monkey decided to start the trouble. Alright, you know what? Fine. That's what we're doing. Oh, and actually, Bone we don't need. And the torch we probably don't even need. Just as well. This gets us a fair amount of food, actually. Of course, I'm going to have to eat a bunch of them. Because I took all that damage. Oh, actually, I guess I only needed to eat one. Time for some crispy fried bat. Ah, damn it, that's not what I meant to do. All right, then. In that case, I suppose we're good to go. You two with me? Yes, you are. Excellent. And now we can skirt around the coast, because I think that'll be a little easier. They'll certainly make navigation easier. What have we here? Ah, wait a minute. Oh, we got a stupid little wooden club. Alright, you know what? Got him. Oh, and we got another bow. Cool. What do we have here? A chair? Well, I don't know why we would need a chair, but... Decorative garlic string. Eh. Alright, I think it's time we took some of these decorative items back. Oh, okay. Wait here. Boy, those arrows sure do pierce targets. What have we here? Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Ooh. Now that I like. And we can definitely use the bones to make more traps. See, that was worthwhile. We got a couple of metal ingots out of that. Where's my other monkey? Oh, up here. Oh, okay. Looks like we got another taker. Okay. Plenty of fur, at least. That's helpful. Alright, now, for real this time, let's try, if we can, to get back to base. Ah. Oh, damn it, I forgot to tell the other monkey to follow me. Yeah, Ricelin, it's really a very pleasant game to play. The sound design is pretty good, the visual design is nice. Decorative cat banner. I don't have room for it. Right, where the heck was I a moment ago? Oh, well. Yeah, get him! Sheesh. Blasted bats. Just do not know when to give up. Man, I have to say, that box, even though it's one of the biggest boxes, it filled up with loot pretty quickly. Get out of here. And it seems like you can avoid the bats if you know where the caves are, because the bats come out of the caves every night, and then they go back into them every morning. Alright, and actually... Oh, can I not put that there? Cannot place item. Really? What do I need in order to play? Oh, I probably need a table. Or something. Yeah, okay. So that requires 2 rope and 4 poles. Oh, okay. Alright then, we'll craft that. We'll put all this stuff in here. Oh, okay, I didn't take these. Alright, fine, we'll just save. I didn't mean to rest. On. There we go. Yeah, okay. That's what you do with the totem. You have to put it on a table. Well, I got a flower arrangement that I like a little more. There we go. Flowers next to the bedside are never a bad thing. Unfortunately, that now means that I'm going to be carrying around all this other stuff I need to get rid of. There we go. There's a Viking shield we can hang there. Oh, the monkey has been getting a break, Monotone. It's been, getting to put down the chest quite often. Alright. Now I just have to manage all this stuff. We can hang the little garlic chain there. And I guess we can ditch all the flimsy tools. Those can go there. Most of the rest of this stuff I can just store. Yeah, like that. And the sweetheart picture. I don't know whose it is, but it sure ain't mine. Oh, yummy. What am I gonna do with you, man? Stealing your viewership. Actually. We can combine these. Put that there. And actually, we can... Now that I'm thinking of it, we can have a dedicated builder monkey now that we're finally starting to... Actually, you know, I don't think that really makes sense. Because if the monkeys are going to be sitting here at the base idle, then there's no reason why they should not be armed to help fight off any potential trouble. Well, Yami, then maybe you should. We definitely are going to need to go sell some of this stuff. And actually, you can stay here. And the world has replenished. How about that? Now, is the... Yes, he still is. Alright, then in that case... we are going to need to go get rid of some of this crap. I always put the berries in here, and I always don't mean to. Okay. All right, in that case, that should do. I think we are ready to head off. You... hang out there. I only want the one with me. I want everybody else. Come on. There we go. No! Ah! For some reason, the monkey with the gold sword, which is the one that I most need to stay back and defend the base, is the one that wants to just go to sea. There we go. I don't think so, Yami. At least I haven't found a way to. Hello, Seist. So far, so good, thanks. How about yourself? How are you doing? I'm glad to hear that, Seist. Sometimes it's nice to be able to spend a little bit of time and just chill. Now, hopefully, I should have a slightly better ability to deal with those enemies that were hanging around where the merchant has set up his shop. Yeah, Yami, me too. But in a game like this, there's only so much you can do about it, really. You know... Ugh. Cannonballs in a garden gnome. There we go. Another thing is, Yami, the raft doesn't rotate when you sail it. Oh, for goodness sake. Of course a raid is coming. I hope that my troops back home will have the wherewithal to fend it off. Oh good, it ended, I guess. Between the traps and the monkeys defending the home front, it must have gone okay. Alright, we're gonna sneak around here. Oh, alright. No, you don't. Okay. You know, we should probably just get rid of that tiger. Wait right there. Since I was already forced to fight one, I know I can take it. Holy hell, that gold sword. Okay, go ahead and, tell me again. And what have we here? Oh, and those are the boars. Have to have you wait here again, I think. Yep. There we are. All right. Let's go. It looks like we were able to fight our way over here without any serious trouble. I still hear a boar running around. But where? Hear it, but I don't see it. The problem is, it's gonna show up here the moment I'm in the menu. They really ought to have paused the game while you're in the menu. Mysterious shop is closing? Not without me, it's not. I need that. And that. And these. Yep, I knew it. There it is. I knew that bastard was gonna find me. Ah, blast it! I didn't mean to... I thought I was giving items to my, my companion. Okay, and we should buy a key while we're here. 50 rope, a glowing rock, huh? Yes. You've gained the key to the dangerous Bat Labyrinth. Its location can be found on your map. So gather your monkeys, prepare your supplies, and call upon your friends to help you search for the riches and rewards hidden within. Okay. Alright, now this looks like a fruit tree. And I only get a few measly little fruit out of it. What? But why am I taking damage? Hostile work environment. Some biomes are dangerous to be in. Volcanic regions and swamps will damage you when you're in there. Drinking clean water or an elixir. Oh! That's a swamp? Oh, I see. The winds have changed, I must be... Oh, we get to see him depart. Well, there he goes. Wonder what this is. Well, probably better not stick around to find out. Yes, Riceland, you drop all your stuff. And if you dropped it in an inaccessible location or an inconvenient spot, well, oops. Alright, now it looks as though... some of these rocks might have ore. Aha! Mining them with an axe is not exactly ideal, but... I'll at least use it till it breaks. See. Ah, there's another one. Well, now at least I don't have to buy steel ingots. There we go. I think before I head out, I would like to pick up a few more of those. Okay, amateur, have a good one, and take care, Soki! Oh, this guy... I see what his game is. He actually... He actually gives you a bit of a fight. Alright, well, let's see if I can deal with that tiger, because that'll be... Right then. It hurts, but... Ah! Damn it, I was afraid of that. Alright, great. Well... So, Ryslin, I guess you're going to get to see what happens when you die. It's, basically this. Which means I now have to walk back. Yeah, as far as that dodging is concerned, it's really difficult to switch between weapons and healing items. What this game really needs is a separate dedicated button for healing items. Because having to switch between using your weapon and using a healing item on the same input is really terrible. And then when I tried to counterattack it, I could have finished it before it finished me, but I didn't have a weapon equipped because I had to switch back and forth. So now it's going to be a big, long, dumb run back. Actually. Yeah? Catch me. I just hope it's not still aggroed when I come back out. Yeah, Ryslin, it does. But fortunately, I'm smarter. Oh. I'm also a little more perceptive. The issue is going to be the blasted run back. And now also the bats. Flesh Person, it's not bad. It has some issues, but overall, it really is alright. Okay. Trick is going to be getting by these guys, because these guys are what's really dangerous. The bats I can deal with. These things... no thank you. All right. There's that blasted tiger. Oh. It looks like he moved over there, so now I can... Alright then. Let's finish this. There. I am amazed that tiger did not attack the monkey. But that's fine. I'll take it. What is this? This looks like an altar of some kind. I need oh, okay, you want to trade? What do you need? Mud? Really? Do I have any mud? I don't think I do. One mud he wants. And me without a shovel, of all times. Alright, it said the merchant set up shop again. Where, I wonder? Ah, right next to the dungeon that I just unlocked. Well, all right. What have we here? Timber, at least. All right. Cannonballs, eh. Okay, well, it looks like I have to bring a few more monkeys for that. Hey. Okay, I guess we are done here for now. Be interesting to head back to the settlement and see how the raid went down. I bet there's a whole bunch of dead orclings. I am a little bit worried that I am now getting hungry and I have no food. Okay, we can keep going. We're nowhere near, in fact, where we need to be. Oh, there's a shark. You know, I wish there were just a slightly faster vehicle. Little more, it looks like. Due north from here should land us right at... Yes! Looks like the old spy's navigational abilities are not as severely impaired as might have once looked like they were. Very good. Well, we did it. And I'm fairly sure, yes, we can... There we go. There is the pirate flag. Naturally. We'll put that there. Take this. Oh, where did I get that mud? I had it in my inventory the whole time. So where did I get that bat banner? Heck did that even come from? Must have just picked it up somewhere without even realizing it. Decorative trophy to hang from walls. Cannot place item. Really? Ant? To hang from walls, it said. What the hell do I need? Well, alright. Oh, right, the metal ingots. At this point, I'm gonna have to just build a tool chest. Actually, I think I might have to. Right, yeah, we'll put that there. And we'll put these. Like that. Some hinges. Yeah, that shouldn't take terribly long. So there's the 3 hinges, and now I just need one more wood slat, which we might have. No, I guess not. It'd be really helpful if there were a way to uncraft equipment. But that's fine. We can do it here. Put all the rest of that back there. Boy, these large chests do certainly take quite a long time to make. But it will be worth it to have something to store. Oh, I need to eat. Right. Well, otherwise, Riceland, it'll be the monkey doing the work. But we can just put it down right there. While I grab some food. And This stuff can go... Why did I put the torch in there? I don't even have a recipe for that steak yet. That's kind of silly. Oh, and actually... I should probably use the large chest for crafting materials. And the small one for... tools. Because I'm going to end up way more, with way more materials than I have tools. There we are. Okay. And we can put the tool chest near the forge. And we can just stash all these things in there. Oh, and I forgot to take out the glass. Okay. Alright, the glass can go in here. And so can the torches, I guess. That can go over there. That's fine. Yeah, this is vexing. Guess I should probably just move that. I wish there were a way to move furniture that you've already made. Because there isn't. It's also a shame you can't actually use the Viking shield. Oh, I know of Monkey Island, Riceland. I've never had an opportunity to play it, but I know what it is. Whoops. Yeah, Riceland, you're also talking about games like... Oh, what was it? King's Quest. And other games of that nature, point and clicks. I remember them. I did play a couple on the computer I had. But the computer I had was a Mac. It wasn't a PC. So there weren't really a lot of good games for it. Yeah, exactly. The Sierra games. You know what I'm talking about. And even some really old school games. Even like some text adventures. Stuff like Beyond Zork. Stuff that was made by Infocom. Way back. Infocom might even still exist, actually. I have no idea what they would be doing now, but... Yeah, Riceland, and also Planetfall and Stationfall. Wait, no, I want... Oh, I'm gonna have to repair these. Stupid blasted bats. Why you gotta be so aggressive? And then, of course, fighting the stupid bats causes me to... destroy bushes and stuff, which leaves a bunch of junk on the ground that I have to pick up. I'm glad the monkey hung back. We're gonna be munching on a lot of crispy bat bits at this rate. Yeah, Riceland, and not only that, but those games were really perniciously designed so that you needed the instruction manual in order to be able to solve those puzzles. Because they would have puzzles with dynamic solutions that would change every time you played the game. And the solutions would be shown in the instruction manual. They'd have like an answer key. And if you didn't have the manual and you entered the incorrect solution to a puzzle, the game would either become unplayable, like it would deliberately block your progress, or it would just kill you. That was some draconian rights management if I ever saw it, I'll tell you what. Okay. Now I think we're ready to go check out that third labyrinth. Well, Riceland, I don't know about 10 games a year. I don't remember exactly how many. But I know that it was a very different world then as far as game development than it is now. Alright. Let's go... Oh, you know what? I probably should bring a multi-tool. Because I will need to repair the traps in the wall. Yeah, Riceland, there was no such thing as a patch, although I do remember some games, there weren't many, but I know I played a few, which they actually released patches for the games on a separate disc. After the game's initial release. I remember actually a couple of 3.5-inch floppy disks that I had to use to patch some obscure game that I used to play as a kid. Back when 3.5-inch floppies were a thing, and back when, if you wanted to install a particularly large game, a game that was like a couple hundred megabytes, the 3.5-inch floppies had, I think, a capacity of like 40 megs each. And so sometimes you would buy a game that was 200 or 250 megs, and it'd come with like 8 floppy disks that you had to insert one after the other to install the entire game. That was wild compared to how it works today, where you could fit like... You could fit several hundred times the capacity of that entire computer on a flash drive. Like a $5 or $10 flash drive. Just nuts. Yeah, Regita, and I'm talking about the hard floppy disks, the 3.5-inch ones. The really old school ones were the 5-inch floppies, which were actually floppy. That's how floppy disks got their name. They were like, I think, 16 kilobytes worth of data that those things stored. Oh, they were only 1.44 megs, Warrior? I don't know. I don't remember why I think they're... I don't know why I remember them being 40 is what I'm trying to say. Oh, those were 540K. Okay, Warrior. Yeah, I clearly have no recollection of the exact volumes of data that those disks could hold, but... Clearly I'm a little bit off the mark. Yeah, Regita. When I was in 6th grade, I was 11 years old. The elementary school that I went to, during my last year at that school... They got a fairly large grant from the state of Connecticut, and they bought themselves a bunch of computers and set up a computer lab. And the computer lab that they set up had a bunch of, like, IBM PCs running on MS-DOS with external 5-inch floppy drives. That's the world I grew up in. Yeah, Warrior, I remember zip drives. I remember one because an uncle of mine on my father's side, who lived about an hour's drive away from us, when we would visit him, he had a zip drive, and I remember hearing him and my father talking about it. About the, at that time, vast amount of data that it could hold. Comparatively speaking, of course. Broken mirror, huh. Well, we'll be leaving that, because that's junk. We don't really need that bone either. Oh, you know, and I forgot to tell the monkey to follow me. Again. Actually. There's that stupid cat banner again. Ryslin, I still remember the noises that, those old, printers made. Remember the old printers that had to have special printer paper that had its perforations on the edges of the paper? Like it was perforated by, like 3/16 inch holes, so that the printer had these little spools of pegs that could pull it through and feed it. Yeah. Yeah, dot matrix printers, that's what those were. Thank you, Warrior. You have a better recollection for this stuff than I do, apparently. At least for the technical details, or for what it was called. I was just a young kid back then, so I, for the most part, didn't learn any of the proper names or terms for that stuff. But yeah, Warrior, dot matrix printers took a long time to give way to newer technology. Because I remember that my high school was using them all the way up through... Really, all the way up through while I graduated, I think. Yeah, Warrior, things were made a little bit better back then. Technology now is all designed with planned obsolescence as a primary element. Sake. I wish you could slip between these bushes a little more easily. There we go. Sheesh. What? Hello, Prof. Welcome. Alright, where... Oh, I see it. It's on the right. Well enough, thank you, Prof. And how about yours? I hope you're well. I hope you're doing okay. Ryslin, I don't know if I would call them the good old days. Technology has only gotten better. It has only improved. I would not, for any amount of money, go back to the days when technology worked like that. Unless you allowed me to write down some winning lottery numbers first, or, tell my younger self to invest in Bitcoin. Then I would go back, but... but certainly not for the technology. Because technology is far better now than it ever was back then. I mean, look at how much the internet has changed the world. For me to make a living, or even anything approaching being a meaningful contribution to making a living, would have been impossible for me to do that the way I am now on Twitch back then. Alright. You can hang out here. Oh! Okay, we got a shooting gallery in here. Why can the cursor not start near where I am? Okay, so we were told what we had to do there. We had to build a bridge, I think. So we need a couple of these. And some mud. And then it said to build a wooden floor over them. For God's sake. This is going to be more complicated than I have the items for. Ah. Okay. You hang out here. Where did he go? Okay. Well, there's some mud. Eh. What have we here? Oh, a flimsy multi-tool. Great. Oh, wow! Warrior, that's, back in the day, that was like the Lamborghini of PCs. With those specs. That's pretty impressive for the time. Where did that... There it is. Okay. So I need some timber. Apparently I need a fair amount of it because I'm going to have to build some bridges. No, I don't... The second Pentium chip ever released. Jeez. That's going back quite a way. You know, I remember seeing the ads for the Pentium Pro. Okay. Well, I guess we're gonna just have to go... repair all the stuff. Monotone, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Really appreciate that, man. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and just craft stuff. Chop that tree down with the club, that's what we'll do. And actually... I could use a few more palm fronds, and coconuts certainly don't hurt either. No, I wish the monkey would stop running quite so close to me when I'm trying to pick stuff up. F-R-O-N-D-S, monotone. You're a biologist, I don't need to tell you that. What am I even doing? Alright. And the coconuts can go in here. Okay, so I need to... I need to make a whole bunch of these. Alright, what did we need? We need lumber and rope. I don't mind a good pun, Monotone. I don't have much appetite for bad ones, though. Oh, floofin'. Okay, we need... You know, maybe that's what I should have done. Maybe I should have set up my base inside a dungeon. Then nobody would have been able to mess with it. Once again, we come back to... Come back to needing these stupid things. All right. The world has been replenished. Great. Okay. Okay, there we go. Sigmund, a pun that actually is clever and has thought put into it, and probably more than anything else, is intentional. Okay. A hard restriction on what, Monotone? Did I miss something? Oh, you mean on setting up a base in a dungeon. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that was what you were responding to. I don't know. That's actually an interesting thing to possibly test. Actually, also, we need... Hello, Sevens! Welcome! Good to see you! Looks like we're going to need a fair bit of mud here. Alright, so this is 2 mud and 2 sticks. And then this is 1 mud and 1 plank. So I need 27 mud. 9 planks and 9 sticks. Okay. No, 18 okay, yeah, that's fine. That should be everything. And we will give her back the bone club. And I think I'm going to need a little more food. And we will definitely save. Well enough, thank you, Sevens. How about yourself? How are you holding up? Oh, chorizo tacos. Excellent. I haven't eaten dinner yet, but I'm looking forward to it. Oh. There we are. Now I think we should have enough supplies to... Matter of fact, we should have enough supplies to get through that dungeon. It is a survival-oriented game, Sevens, but it's also more than that. It's a dungeon crawler. There's some exploration involved. There's some crafting, building. It's got a fair bit going on. This is from the developers of The Escapists, and apparently, It is a sequel to The Escapists. Kind of vague, distant sequel, I guess, but a sequel nonetheless. Like, I'm about to go explore a dungeon. There we go. Oh, and there was a treasure chest outside it. Alright. So now I guess it's time to build. I have not, Sevens. I don't think I've even heard of that game. Sounds like a horror-oriented game, though. Oh, Sevens, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Yeah, enlighten me. What kind of game is that? A Terraria Diablo hybrid? That's a combination of genres I never thought I would see hybridized. Survival and looting. Interesting. Although I guess it makes a certain amount of sense because most games in the survival genre involve looting. They just don't tend to involve looting in the way that Diablo involves looting. So it's a survival game with a Diablo-style loot system? Oh, it was actually made by the guy who created the first two Diablo games. Wow. Well, then it must be pretty Diablo-oriented. Yeah, they do that, Monotone, but at least he's not asking for what you cook. Or maybe he is. Oh, okay, Monotone, I see. Of course he does. Yeah, that makes sense, because he's a cat and they just love motion. That's all he cares about. For now, till he realizes you can eat the stuff. Oh, okay, Sevens, interesting. Are they actually Diablo enemies? Ah, okay, an independent project. Yeah, I figured as much. I was gonna say, I would have thought that if this IP existed in the Diablo franchise, I probably would have heard of it by now. Ugh. Fascinating stuff, Sevens. It seems that just by playing a couple of games in this genre, I have drawn the attention of quite a lot of people who know about other games in this genre that I've never heard of. I mean, just playing a ground and then this, I've gotten a bunch of people dropping by in chat saying, hey, if you like games like this, have you heard of? And the answer in almost every case up to now has been no, I haven't. I hadn't even heard of this until I found it by chance on PSN a couple of days ago. And thought, yeah, you know what? A ground was kind of fun. Maybe I'll try another one. Not specifically Sigmund, no. It just happened to be a game that I tried, and then I found another one like it and thought, well, this first one worked out well enough for a stream. Goodness sake. This is ridiculous. Okay, this right here... This right here is not... This is not great game design. Having to build while there are dudes shooting at me? That's... Okay, I guess for this dungeon they just want me to make a bow and arrow. Yeah, okay. One wood, 2 rope, and 2 mud. What a pain. Hello, Gorgelon, welcome. No, Sigmund, I don't. This game isn't really built around ranged weapons. There's a bow and arrows, but... an awful lot else. And to think I sold all my bows. I guess I should have kept at least one. Actually, do I have one in here? No, I don't. Of course I don't. No, I need... those. Great. And now I need more wood. Ah, very good, Gorgelon. I guess that's sort of a cocktail shrimp recipe, almost. Just much spicier than traditional cocktail sauce. I also see, Gorgelon, that you are a man of very refined taste. Given that you are using the Tabasco Scorpion sauce, I actually have a bottle of it in my refrigerator, which is almost gone now. I would probably eat shrimp more often myself if they weren't so much bloody work. Because they're delicious, especially when they're prepared correctly, but they are not a low-effort food. There we go. This ought to be at least enough wood for some arrows. Yeah, Floofin, and then after they're shelled, cleaning and deveining them is a pain, too. Whole big old pain. All right. To serve the Master, I have never played the Escapists, so I'm not sure quite what you're referring to. But no, dying in this game does not help you succeed. It sets you back as you would expect it to. I cannot, however, speak for the ending of the game because I'm only fairly early, and I do not know where the game goes after this. In terms of its story or plot or anything like that. Yeah, Warrior, I get those too occasionally, but even the ones that are supposedly already cleaned and deveined, still sometimes, in fact, quite frequently, require extra work. I think I should probably make a few more arrows just in case. You might have been lucky, Warrior, or it might just be the brands that you and I have access to. Because not every brand puts the same amount of care into its product. Oh, okay, to serve the master. No, this is not at all like that. There are a couple of events that happen at set intervals of time, but if you fail them, they don't really set you back to the beginning. They can be a serious inconvenience, but they're not like a roguelike sort of game where it's just, no, start over. Nothing like that, fortunately. Oh, nice, Gorgelon. You're very lucky, then. I wish I had access to fresh octopus. Germany isn't exactly a country that has a lot of coastline. We have a little bit in the north, but not a lot, so where there is fish here, it tends to be freshwater fish from inland sources. And a lot of Germany's inland water sources now are polluted enough that you wouldn't want to eat fish out of them anyway. Monotone, A, that's a lot of catfish. B, nearly all catfish I've ever had has tasted like mud because of where they live and what they eat. Ah, those are the best kinds of places, Warrior, or some of the best anyway. You know what? You guys... are jerks. You know what this reminds me of, this place. It reminds me of... Oh! I forgot you could do that. It reminds me of the Silver Knight nonsense in Anor Londo in Dark Souls. Jeez. Okay, yeah, there's no getting to that. Ugh. Sure, monotone. Okay. Well, let me at least now... at least now put some stuff away. Oh, okay, no, I guess I still need to... Man, this is ridiculous. Actually... There we go. Looks like we don't even need to... build both of these. Oh, you're kidding. Pat! Pat, what are you doing? Nobody's gonna want to watch this! Thank you so much for the raid, Pat. Hello, how are you doing? What are you up to tonight? Are you playing Persona 5 Scramble still? I didn't catch what you were streaming before now. Thank you again for the raid. I really appreciate that. And welcome everybody from Pat's stream. Oh, Kodor 2. Gotcha. Mel, geez. Thank you so much, Mel, for the 5 gift subs. Hello, everyone, and welcome. If you are new to me, if you are one of Pat's viewers and you don't know who I am, my name is Franz, and I play video games on the internet. And right now I'm playing something that's probably about as different from KOTOR 2 as it could possibly be. This is called The Survivalists. It's a sequel, I guess, to The Escapists. It's from the same developer. And it's pretty much what it says on the box. It is a survival-oriented dungeon crawler with some crafting elements and a little bit of Terraria flavor thrown into the mix. Oh, Sky Entombment. Okay, so you caught the highlight of the Pillars of Eternity stream from way back. Gotcha. Pat, I'm sure you probably dashed off to get some dinner. I know you don't tend to stay after these raids, but in the off chance you're still here, congratulations, man. Happy engagement. I know I've said this to you already, but if you're still here in the off chance, and to everybody else, welcome. Thank you all for dropping by. For those of you who are actually interested in staying for this, because I know probably quite a few of you won't be, since this is substantially different from what you were just watching. I'm glad to have you, and I hope you enjoy your time here. I'll certainly do my best to ensure that you do, but I will forewarn you, I am not good at focusing on not dying and speaking coherently at the same time. So I certainly do the best I can with what I've got, but sounds almost like KOTOR? Really? Fobsai? How is it like KOTOR? I mean, maybe I just don't have enough experience with KOTOR to see the similarities, but go on a diatribe about tea? Yeah, Baconator, you mean what I've been doing for the past 5.5 hours? The interesting thing about this game, though, or one of the interesting things about it, is that crafting is not limited to building bases or huts or settlements. You can craft in the middle of a dungeon. Or at least there are certain things you can craft in the middle of a dungeon. So, like getting over these pits in order to get the treasure that was dropped by the enemies I just killed requires that I build platforms in the pits. You know, Raw Mr. Meow, I've been surprised, pleasantly of course, by the aesthetic of this game. I thought when I first looked at the trailer for this that it was pretty ordinary, but the more I've played it, the more it's grown on me. It does have a really nice color palette. And some nice animations. Nothing super high-end, but it's pleasing to look at, which I know I certainly appreciate in a game. I mean, I'm not a huge graphics fiend or anything, but the game I was streaming before this was Aground, which definitely has a little bit more in the way of a pixel aesthetic, whereas this is a little more modern. Yeah, Mel, again, that's more or less what we've been doing. Okay, I think. Plus, this game has another very important central mechanic where you recruit or rescue monkeys. And the monkeys that you rescue can help you in battle, or they can be used to carry stuff for you. Oh, dear. All right. All right, that was a bit dangerous for my tastes. Oh, no, Luftraum, I haven't, but Valheim has been recommended to me a couple of times. I had no idea what kind of game it was before a friend of mine came in here a little earlier and filled me in. Phew, jeez. Oh, and we got a gold ingot. I didn't know those guys could drop that. Yeah, we're basically farming out our camp building and manual labor to the primates. Leonard Tonu. I hope they don't try to unionize Monotone. That's the last thing I need, is my free labor trying to unionize. Oh, and here we get to see how we rescue them. This one's in a cage, so we just smash the cage. And boom, another laborer, I mean employee. What do we get? Nothing is well, we got some money out of that. And money is useful, if only at the shop. Although, to my consternation, I see that we still do not have any of the broken weapons that we can repair at the altar. And... oh, and there's nothing back there that we can break. Gorgelon, I have a feeling that once I get off this island, because that's the idea of the game, basically, is you're stranded here and you're trying to, I guess, rebuild a ship so that you can escape. Oh, can this monkey not, can it not get across the gap? Oh, I guess it must not be able to. Okay, well, that is a pain and a half. Alright, I guess we do have to... well, at the very least, I was able to save some materials on the other ones, so... and I think that these should stay here once I've built them. I don't believe that the dungeon will reset to the point that these will just despawn. Although I also don't know if the dungeon will reset to the point that it'll be worth coming back here. So maybe it is just a huge waste building these, although it looks like I have to build them in order to be able to get the monkey out of there. You'd think a monkey would be able to jump across a gap like that. I certainly haven't had any trouble rolling across it. But I guess for whatever reason... the Framed Warlock, be careful what you wish for. I don't know if I want to live in a world where monkeys are capitalists. I don't know if I'm ready for that reality, to be honest. Alright, now I can stash all the extra materials and the stuff that I didn't end up using. Funny thing is, you actually can cook food in these braziers. If you have food to cook, you can just roast it in the temple. Huh. Well, Seven Secrets, you can make a certain case for that, I suppose. Oh, Laned, of course. Of course somebody went there. I knew it was only a matter of time before we started getting the bananas puns. Oh. And then there are these little... I believe they're called orclings. Kinda minor... well, I say minor enemies. They're pretty tanky for enemies that are supposed to be just jobbers, but... But every now and then, the Orklings will show up at your base and try to destroy it. But there are things that you can do to prevent them from being able to. Like, I situated my base... After I built a kind of a shoddy preliminary base out of crappy materials in a location that I did not realize at the time was not safe, and the Orklings showed up and trashed it, I learned enough from that that I decided to relocate to a much better defensible position. Oh no, Framed Warlock. Goldbacks. Then you'll really get racism and class warfare between the monkeys. It'll be the silverbacks versus the goldbacks versus the 99%. So I relocated my base here, which is protected by these impenetrable cliffs on almost all sides. And then there's this little gap here that I covered up with a stone wall, and I might even reinforce the stone wall with a metal one later on. And I put traps on the outside, spike traps, so that when the Orklings come and try to raid, the only way that they can get in here is by breaking down this wall. But it's a stone wall, so they're going to have their work cut out for them breaking through that, and then they're standing on the traps the whole time, taking damage. Yes, Regals, and actually the Steam version of this game, or the PC version, is apparently the definitive version. I'm playing the console version right now, and I found out only after I bought this that the PC version is a fairly major update ahead of the console versions. And that update apparently contains some fairly important quality of life changes that I wish I'd known about, or I probably would have gotten it on Steam. It's just, I was browsing PSN and came across this on PSN and thought, oh, that looks interesting. Maybe I'll try streaming it. And so I did. And in hindsight, I wish I had done a little bit more research beforehand. But, oh well, what can you do? Well, I say that. You can do research. Well, Nikita, I figured it would be on Steam. I mean, I assumed that it would when I bought it on PSN, but it didn't seem likely to me when I bought it on PSN that the Steam version would be that far ahead. I only found out about that yesterday when somebody came rolling through here who had already either beaten the game or close to beaten it and informed me. Although, the upshot is, the patch that the PC version is on right now is being worked on for the consoles. So it is coming to consoles eventually. They just don't have a release date for it yet. Well, Nikita, it doesn't seem that strange to me when you look at it from the perspective that this game was first developed for PC. And games that are PC first, usually, if not always, at least in my experience, tend to have the PC version get the updates first, because that's the platform that the developers are working with, you know? So it makes sense that they would develop the patch for PC first and then port it to consoles later. It just raises the issue of, well, is it better for them to release the patch on PC as soon as it's done and stable, or for the sake of parity, and I'm talking P-A-R-I-T-Y, as in keeping things on par, is it better for them to delay the PC patch even when it's ready, and do a simultaneous release for the patch on PC and consoles. You know, it raises that whole argument. And for PC players, the answer to that argument is obvious, but for console players, I guess maybe it's not so. Yeah, to serve the master. As I understand it, Team 17 is the publisher, I think. I don't remember the name of the actual dev team, but I do know that they're fairly small. Oh, do they, Lanid? I was not aware of that, but I would believe it. Alright, this is... So what do I need to transfer from here? I think I just need to go clear inventory here. I need to go track down the shopkeeper and sell him all that junk that I'm not using. Yeah, Nikita, and I'm not sure whether this was a Kickstarter game. I'm not aware that it was. But in the relatively unlikely event that it was, I suspect that the Kickstarter audience will have been Kickstarter audience, rather, will have been expecting it on PC, and they'll probably want the PC patch first anyway. Gorgelon, there's a whole process that console games have to go through. A whole certification process, basically, for every patch or update. Although, to some extent, that also depends on the publisher and on the platform. There's a certification process regardless, but the process is slightly different between first-party platform owners, like Microsoft, Nintendo, Sony. Each one has its own cert process, which has slightly different requirements from the others. And depending upon whether it's a first-party title or an indie title, the cert process might not necessarily look the same. Alright, I think... Okay, so this monkey... Socks! Okay, Socks can hang out here. And actually, we should give Socks a weapon, probably. We can give Socks... You know, I probably should keep the bow and arrows in case I run into that same situation in another dungeon. Suppose we could give Socks a wooden club. Although, can we make anything better? I think we can make a... Ah, we would need one more gold ingot to make the good spear. Damn it. Oh, we could make a bone club. 4 bones, 1 palm leaf, and 1 rope. Actually, that probably would be ideal. Oh, Sevens, I'm sure it'll be fine. Well, the reason I'm arming them is because they defend my base. When the Orklings show up, the monkeys are the ones who, if you're not there, are your last line of defense for fighting the Orklings off. If there are no weapon-toting monkeys at your base when the Orklings show up, then... nobody is there to protect it. Although, for some reason... For some reason, they only seem to want to hang out on the raft. I don't know why they keep finding their way down there, but... Okay, and actually, that one has a we call it a crappy hatchet. I probably should make a club for him, too. Just monkeys, Mr. Meow, just monkeys. But there appear to be quite a few monkeys that you can recruit. I'm only on the first island right now, and I've already got 5 of them. Right here, you can have that. No, come on. There we go. So now at least they are properly armed. Hello, the Undead Medic. Good evening to you in Florida. Right. So now I just need to grab some food from my my little food chest here. Actually, we are running low on food. So before I set out on another exploration, we should probably make more. Well, Lena, that's why I try to treat them well enough that they don't feel compelled to revolt. I sure treat them better than those stupid orclings do. Those bastards just showing up here, trying to wreck our stuff. Yeah, there we go. So we want... we want to do this. Well, Thumond, there are a number of reasons I treat them well. Actually, you can... I think it'll be faster. To have him cook. So you show the monkey what to do, and then you give him the item he needs in order to do it, and he'll do it. So now, I am having the monkey cook. Oh, and the mysterious shop is now open. Let's see where he set up. Oh, actually, he set up in a pretty accessible location. I should go pay him a visit. Okay, so the, what do you call it? The multi-tool I just gave the monkey broke. So I need to give him another one. He needs the tool that's required for the job. And monkeys can actually rank up their skills. Which, if we go to the monkeys tab, you can see that they have different levels of skill depending upon how strong they are. Steph is the first monkey that I recruited, so her skills are probably the highest. But they rank up just by doing stuff. So it's not exactly the hypest gameplay on Twitch, but it's nice for a little bit of relaxing, chill, kind of calm down kind of time. Actually, I'm going to rest in the bed because there is a time of day. No, Rarmeow, those are the names that they came with. They have names that are randomly chosen from a list by default. But I believe you can change their names if you want to. I just haven't bothered yet. And I don't know that I will. Because I'm not really good at coming up with names for monkeys. Does the Monkey Union have good benefit programs? The Undead Medic, well, they haven't formed a union yet. And I'm hoping that I'll be able to treat them well enough to convince them not to. Ha! Yeah, Warrior, I should. You're right. And actually, the role of carrying my inventory is pretty important, because the actual inventory that you can have on your character at any given time is just those slots down at the bottom of the screen. That's all you get. So in order to be able to carry more, and you do end up getting a fair amount of loot from dungeons and even just from messing around on the world map, like chopping down trees and stuff. You do kind of have to have a servant monkey, I'm sorry, an employee monkey, walking with you, traveling with you at all times, carrying a treasure chest to put your stuff in. Gnome Chimpsky. Oh my god, Valhalla. You know what? That's a good one. That one is so good. I'm gonna... Oh, okay, rename. I'm gonna rename him right now. That's a great name. That's 10 out of 10. There we go. They're not getting paid with money, Mr. Meow. They're getting paid with food and other stuff. Sharmanix, I have not heard of that game, no. Shattered Tales of the Forgotten King. This is the first I've heard of it. Cyber sci-fi Souls-like with an overworld and a hover bike. Interesting. No, it sounds like I'll have to do some reading. Oh, I see what's happening here. Alright, let me put that down. Stash that. And I need some more wood for the fire. It does change them visually, Gorgelon. Like, if we... Gnome Shimsky. Well, we should, you can see his color changing. He's the one over on the right side of the screen. We should make him white. There we go. Yeah, Undead Medic. Fortunately, there are no labor laws on deserted islands. Alright. I don't think I should have too many more of these left to go. This is, I think this recipe is 4 bat wings and a palm frond. Yes, okay. Yeah, Lanid, he's... I mean, the bow and arrow doesn't really seem like quite the best weapon in this game. It has disadvantages, although it certainly does have the advantage of range. And range can be a decisive advantage in some of the situations I've found myself in this game so far. Well, it's a legitimate job if you're getting paid properly for it, Gorgelon, yes. Like a manservant or even a butler. I mean, a butler isn't quite a servant, but... These we can stash in the food chest. Oh, okay, I don't have enough. So now we can change recipes. And we can start making kebabs out of steak. Yeah, Elena, the butler is, I think, supposed to be the head of the kitchen. And also the dining room. I believe the butler is in charge of the maids and the servants. Although I don't know much about that. It's not like I've ever had a butler or ever will. No, Rarmeow, not always. I mean, if I ordered him to follow me, we could get him out of the house. But for whatever reason, that just seems to be where he wanted to hang out. Hello, Darth Krun! I am doing alright, thanks. How about yourself? Yeah, Rarmeow, it is kind of a cute game. The color palette certainly helps. It's definitely pretty colorful. I'd also like to get rid of some of the ingredients that are just lying around my inventory, because inventory space in this game, especially early on, is... well, it comes at a premium. And eventually you become able to craft storage containers, which goes a long way toward helping alleviate that, but... Well, thank you, Lainit. I don't know that I deserve that kind of praise, but it means a lot to me that you think so. I'll tell you what, Lainit, if I had a butler, I would certainly overpay him just for the sake of being a good boss. Yeah, Darth Krun. Aesthetically, I suppose it does share some similarities to Stardew. I've never actually played Stardew. I've just watched a couple of my friends play it on Twitch a little bit, but I definitely see the visual similarities. And I don't know if there's actually a farming mechanic in this game, like as in an agricultural farming mechanic. I think somebody who was here yesterday in chat mentioned that there was, or was looking for one. Oh, good. Socks has leveled up. Excellent. We made him cook so much, he got stronger. That's correct, Adzi. Yes. And apparently it's actually a sequel to The Escapists, although how much story the two have in common, I'm not sure. But I was told earlier by one of my regular viewers that apparently the, I guess the tie-in is after you beat the game in The Escapists, you end up getting shipwrecked after you escape. Oh, and it looks like I need to relight the fire. Actually, this is a good opportunity to show that there's some really nice attention to detail in this game. Like, for example, when you light the campfire at night when it's dark, this happens. So there's actually some dynamic lighting in the game a little bit. And then if you put charcoal in the forge produces some light on its own as well. So between those two light sources, we get some actually really nice lighting for our camp. Yeah, Famine, I think this one is supposed to come after The Escapist 2. Alright, so I need... Oh, I guess I also need more palm leaves. And since I am one steak odd, we can put that in. Oh, and I'm actually one bat wing odd as well. We can put that in too then. But yeah, I don't know, just like the campfires and the light from the forge, they create this really nice warm kind of atmosphere at the camp. It feels cozy. And actually, we can leave the ingredients over there on the fire. No, Regita, but Pat would never stand for that. Pat's not the sort of person who becomes a butler. He, I think, is the sort of person who probably would appreciate having one. Granted, who wouldn't appreciate having a butler, right? Actually, another thing I should do is I should use all this, this grass to make some rope. Because when I do that, the monkey who is in charge of crafting will then craft it for me. Okay, Hunter, fine. A butler or a maid. Yes, I know there are a lot of people who are super into maids. And I'm sure if you live in Japan, probably everybody there would rather have a maid than a butler. Well, maybe not everybody. I'm sure the girls there would rather have a handsome butler. But I'm talking about a non-anime, sexually idealized situation where you're not sleeping with the help, you know? Because really, at the end of the day, that's what the maid fetish is all about. And the butler fetish, for that matter. Well, Warrior, that depends who you ask, I guess. Can you have a maid and be a maid? Oh, maids for... well, you've certainly got the right qualifications for that, maids for life. A snarky butler bro like Alfred? To serve the master, if I were ever to have a butler... I guess I'd have to agree with you. I would want it to be someone, like a huge, huge badass like Alfred Pennyworth. And I mean, Alfred, in all of the Justice League cartoons and in Batman the Animated Series, he's always portrayed as a chill, laid-back guy. But Alfred is a huge badass, even in his old age. Like, he's a former MI6 operative. And in some of the newer Batman movies, or cartoons, where they're meant for a more mature audience, such that they're allowed to depict some of the characters using weapons, there are times when Alfred is shown fighting alongside Batman, wielding an automatic pistol. Like, Alfred is not a joke. He's a huge badass. And Red, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Really appreciate it. And welcome home. Trucking from coast to coast, it looks like. My God. Well, congrats, Red. Welcome home, and make sure you take some time to yourself. Yeah, Maids for Life, he might have been a veteran of, like, Korea or Vietnam or something. Yeah, no, famine, nothing phases Alfred. Alfred is, like, he's seen it all. He's been in the trenches, probably literally. Yeah, Leonid, he's, especially in the newer series where they're able to portray a little bit more violence, Alfred is a huge badass. Oh, Jeeves as portrayed by Stephen Fry, Gorgelon? Technically, I don't think Jeeves is a butler. I think technically he's a manservant. Or so Stephen Fry has claimed when he was still hosting QI. Alright, so actually... Oh, really? Is Alfred a veteran of World War II? I guess it's possible that he was, Hunter. He would have to have been... Oh, they used valet. Okay, that's what it was. I knew it wasn't exactly a butler. Okay, well... Now we can give the weapon back to Socks over here. And we can stash this. Yeah, Maids for Life, you would think that in the communities that, that Pat and I are part of, you would think there probably wouldn't be all that much knowledge of those kinds of shows, but you'd be surprised. Veteran of the Maid Wars, wow. Actually, I think I might have forgotten to put wooden flooring under that door. What would it take to make another door? Two hinges and one ingot. Do I even have two hinges? I don't think I do. Oh, actually, I bet I could just... Yeah, okay. One plank and one mud. Plank and one mud. Noah Bad, the fact that Alfred has done so much in the cartoons and the comics that he was part of made me actually believe that statement for a minute. Because the Justice League has absolutely fought Nazis. You know, there was that time that they went back in time and Vandal Savage replaced Hitler and froze Hitler and basically took over command of the Third Reich and started to conquer the world. And, like, Green Lantern and a bunch of the others had to go back in time and fight him because he changed the timeline so that he was basically in charge of America. There was that whole thing. So, like, they've done such bonkers stuff that I actually believed you for a minute, Noah Bad. All right. Yeah, to serve the master. I feel like it's fairly uncontroversial using them as an enemy. To the point where you end up with these situations where the writers are bending over backwards and jumping through all sorts of asinine hoops to contrive a way for characters like the members of the Justice League to go back in time to fight Nazis, you know? Oh, I need food. There we go. Oh, there was? Mr. Meow, I only ever very briefly had an opportunity to play any of the Duke Nukem games. I think it was the first one that I played. That was years upon years ago. Oh, it was in the Duke Nukem comic. Okay, gotcha. That would be why I'm not familiar with it. Alright, so actually, the shopkeeper's set up right over there. Gnome, I need you, come on. I need you off the raft, please. I need you here defending the base. Where I go alone. Well, okay, not exactly alone. I've got my, my porter. Well, Gorgelon, he can have his chance a little later. I want to make absolutely sure that I make it over there to the shopkeeper. Oh, hell, and you know what? I shouldn't have left quite so soon because I've got a whole bunch of crap I need to sell the shopkeeper. I've got like 3 stacks of pebbles that are pretty worthless on their own, but in stacks... I can actually make a decent amount of money out of them and maybe even buy another gold sword. So before I forget, again, yeah, look at this. Pebbles, pebbles, freaking pebbles. And also a whole buttload of grass. And flower petals as well. There we go. Anyway, where were we? Any favorite recipes, Rar? Damn it, Chimpsky! Well, Rar, what that is meant for is... You tell me what ingredients you have at home in your refrigerator. And I will give you ideas for what you can do with them. But as for me, yes, I have quite a few favorite recipes. I actually... What I'm making for dinner this week is I just, a couple of days ago, made a grocery shopping trip, and I went to the butcher because there's a really good butcher near me whom I have a bit of a rapport with because I always leave him nice tips. So whenever I go there, he always gives me really nice choice cuts of meat, or every now and then he'll throw in a little something extra. Like he'll throw in a little bit of a nice cut of bacon or something like that. But this week I have some butterflied and pounded chicken breasts that are nice and flat. They've got a lot of surface area because I'm going to be stuffing them with spinach sauteed with garlic, as well as a little bit of basil, some spicy Italian sausage, and some fresh buffalo mozzarella. Like actual buffalo mozzarella made from buffalo's milk. No, no, bad. It's been a while since I've had tongue. Tongue is not all that difficult to prepare but it's actually kind of difficult to find. Not too many places sell it around here. Grocery stores absolutely don't. You have to go to an actual butcher. And the last time I got it, I did get it from this butcher, but... Well, Mr. Meow, I love to cook. Cooking is something that I'm fairly enthusiastic and passionate about. So, I'm what you would call a fairly avid home cook. Reasonably accomplished. I'm not a pro, but I've taken a little bit of culinary arts before, so I have some background. Really, Maids for Life. You say you hadn't had it. Have you ever had it? Because if you've never had tongue, tongue gets a bad rap just because of what it is. And people go, oh no, ew, gross, tongue. But actually, tongue is a really tender cut. It's super, super tender. And it's got excellent flavor. Like, it's a really, really nice cut. And it's considered a poor people cut. Or it was for a long time, but now fancy restaurants have started... Oh, God. Okay, this is a volcanic region. Phew, okay. So that we were standing on there is lava. Noah Bad, you know what I meant. Yes! Lingua bone. Or linguiça, I think it's called. In those cuisines. Oh, I hear boars. We might be in for a fight here. Yeah, you know what? You wait here. There we go. For some reason, you cannot attack boars in this game from the front. They are only vulnerable if you hit them from behind. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I'm hungry. That's what that is. But actually, here, let me pause the game for a minute. For those of you who are still here from Pat's stream, this might be a little bit jarring to you, and for that, well, sorry, not sorry, but... Yeah, Maids for Life, that's true, but I mean, you should still be able to damage a boar from the front. If you shoot a boar in the head with a 45, you will still kill it. Maids, check this out. Let me show you probably one of the best ways that you could ever possibly have tongue. It is delicious. It is an absolutely gorgeous recipe. So here... Lingua. I think linguiça might be something a little bit different, but check this out. And I'm going to highlight it in chat so that everybody can see it, but this is what that channel point redemption is actually for. And there are a few different ways of preparing these. But I will give you a couple of recipes for them. They're mainly going to be variants of more or less the same recipe, but... There we go. Beef tongue is one of the most delicious cuts of beef that you will ever eat. Yeah, Artista, you should. Artista, I happen to know because you've told me that you, of all people, come from a culture that knows better than almost anybody else how to cook tongue. Yeah, crab and lobster, and all kinds of other stuff as well to serve the master. I have had goat, Undead Medic. I'm quite fond of goat, actually. Here's another variant of that recipe. Maids. Yeah, Undead Medic, I've had goat a number of different ways. I particularly like goat in curry. Let me give you another good recipe for tongue as well. And this is a recipe for braised beef tongue. In fact, I'll give you a couple of them because there are a few different ways in which you can prepare it. There's the Latin American way, which is lengua estofada. So there's this. And there is a more kind of European / North American preparation. Which is this. Hang on a minute, let me... Let me pull that up for you here. There we go. And this is just a simple beef tongue in gravy. It is really good. It's super good. Yeah, Artista, I know quite a few people don't like lamb. It does tend to have a gamey flavor, and goat as well. Ah, you're a Texan, Mr. Meow. Very good. Then yeah, barbecue, especially in Texas where you get all kinds of really nice barbecue. Barbecue, you tend to be able to get tongues sometimes at nicer barbecue joints. Let me pull up the recipe, or a recipe, one of my favorites for that goat curry. Here we go. It is called Doro Wat, and it is an Ethiopian-style curry. So here is this. For just anyone. I don't have a particular target for this one, but... check out that curry recipe for Doro Wat. That is a just beautiful, beautiful Ethiopian-style goat curry. And there are others as well. There's a really nice Jamaican-style goat curry that I quite like, too. And, oh, they've even got a recipe here for it served with Jamaican-style rice with the sliced scallions and hot peppers. So here's the Jamaican-style one as well. This is a nice one. And, of course, there are Indian-style curries as well. So let me pull up one of those. Ah, here we go. Yes, this is what I'm talking about. So there are a couple of these that I'm particularly fond of. There's a Punjabi-style goat curry, which I actually can... I get this at a local restaurant because here in Berlin, where I live, there are a lot of expatriate Indians from various parts of India. And Indian restaurants are a dime a dozen here, and As a result of that, they don't tend to stay in business unless they're good. So, here is the Punjabi-style goat curry, which is one of my favorites. This is one of the ones that I like best. Antillean food. Interesting. Carne stoba. I will make a note of that, Undead Medic. This is one of the things that I really love about having a multinational audience, is that I learn about so many different kinds of food from you guys, because you all come from all over the world, and some of you know, in fact, most of you know of dishes I've never heard of or seen, that when I find out about them, I then know what to look for, and I go out and try them, and probably 90% of the time, I end up being pleasantly surprised. So here's a Kerala-style goat curry as well. Boy, you got your money's worth out of that channel points redemption. Didn't you? What is this, warrior? What do we have here? Lamb baked with orzo and tomatoes. Okay. This looks like an Italian-style lamb dish. I could get on board with this. This looks good. Oh, you know what? I think I might have had that. Or seen it, the Framed Warlock. That's a Persian sort of stew, isn't it? I think it comes from the Middle East somewhere, right? Yeah, Rarmeow, I know what Rocky Mountain oysters are. I grew up in Connecticut, so I do know what they are. Oh, okay, Undead Medic. Yeah, well, quite a lot of you come from multinational families as well, or multi-ethnic families. Oh, Greek, I'm sorry, Framed Warlock. I'm really sorry. I saw the tomato sauce, and for some reason in my head, orzo, it didn't click with me that orzo is Greek. I'm terribly sorry. I just looked at the tomato sauce and the lamb and went, huh, I didn't know Italy did lamb. But of course, it makes more sense that it would be a Greek dish, because lamb is like the staple of the Greek diet, or one of them, other than olives and stuffed grape leaves. Mr. Meow, I'm amazed more people don't know what they are. But then again, I grew up in rural Connecticut, so Rocky Mountain oysters were unironically a thing that sometimes the local farmers would eat. My father used to hang out with the local farmers in the area where my parents still live, which is like the far reaches of rural Connecticut. And every now and then we would visit the local farmers, and they would just hang out. You know, they just sit around a big wood stove drinking beer. And I don't drink, so I was kind of out of place there. But every now and then, the farmer would have some Rocky Mountain oysters on a plate, and he would dare all his buddies that he invited over to try some. No, Hunter, they are bull's testicles. Rocky Mountain oysters is a sort of a tongue-in-cheek term for them. They are, they're the testicles, well, they're technically, they're steer's testicles, because they're separated from the bull, and the bull becomes a steer when the testicles are separated from it, but yeah, they are, they're considered obviously an off cut. They're not exactly a favored cut of beef, but they are perfectly edible. Well, maids, you don't need any ethnicity in you, or, you know, any particular ethnicity, because we all have some ethnicity, whatever it might be. But you don't need to have a strong identification with your ethnicity, or a strong presentation outwardly of ethnicity to be able to try new things. Trying new things is something anyone can do. Goodness knows I always encourage people to do it. Yeah, Rarmeow, I mean, If I were offered the opportunity to try Rocky Mountain oysters, I probably would. And if they're terrible, then I just wouldn't eat them again, you know? But there are ways to prepare them that look appetizing enough, as long as you don't think too hard about what you're eating. Although, as a man, I think I would just have a little bit of emotional trouble eating them. Never mind knowing what they are. Just as a guy, I can't quite wrap my heart around the idea. But yeah, Mr. Meow, I was born in Dresden, in Germany. And my parents and I moved to Connecticut when I was about 4 years old, because I'm old enough that I was born during the Cold War, during the tail end of it. And since Dresden was in what at that time was East Germany, my parents decided that that wasn't a great place to raise a kid, you know, in the East Bloc, in Soviet territory. It was a communist country. And so they ended up ducking out, and long story short, we moved to America, and we ended up in Connecticut. So from the age of 4 till I graduated high school at 18, I lived in America. Well, Artista, I guess there's that. That's not quite what I was thinking. That's not where I was going, but there certainly is that. But yeah, I guess you've all gotten a little bit more than you bargained for in terms of different ideas for recipes. And again, Maids for Life, I would absolutely encourage you to try tongue. Oh, and I almost forgot, Maids, there is one other really easy way to try tongue, depending upon where you live. But if there's a Jewish deli near you, if you go to a Jewish deli, you can actually get a tongue sandwich, which is, believe it or not, actually a very traditional Jewish sandwich. We Jews, we love our deli. And, I mean, other than like pastrami on rye, let me see if I can find... There isn't really particularly a recipe for it, but... check this out. I can find you an image is about the best I can do. There isn't any real recipe for a tongue sandwich because you just kind of make it, but... check this out. If you love pastrami on rye, Maids for Life, then you will love a tongue sandwich at a good Jewish deli. Oh, what was, Warrior? Tongue sandwich? Yeah, my mother is the Jewish side of my family, and it was from her that I learned to appreciate a tongue sandwich at a good deli. And yeah, Framed Warlock, Coquinisto, that's I did respond to you about it earlier. I think it's like a Middle Eastern style beef stew, isn't it? Doesn't it come from like Iran or Persia or somewhere? Yeah, Maids, and that sandwich is every bit as tender as a good pastrami sandwich. It just has slightly different flavor and slightly different consistency. Yeah, no, get yourself a tongue sandwich. It is great. And actually, there's another variant. There's another variant of that tongue sandwich. Which looks like this. You can do quite a lot with tongue. You can make it in a stew, you can braise it and make curry, you can do the stuff we've already discussed. Oh, it's a Greek recipe, Framed Warlock. Okay. Reddened. Interesting. Oh, it could have been something that came across, that came across the continent through the Silk Road or something. Through the spice trade. That's entirely possible, Warlock. Oh, hello, Log. Welcome. All your mother ever made you eat was fish eyes? Well, some people do really like the eyes on Dead Medic. They're supposed to be a good piece of the fish. I personally do not prefer the eyes. I personally prefer the fillets. Yeah, it's possible that it happened during that time as well, Framed Warlock. The Ottomans basically... they went everywhere. They were some of the most territory-hungry folks anywhere. Oh, you know what? Now I know why. Okay, actually... it looks like there is gold ore on this island. And it would be to my great advantage to dig some up. Look at this. Oh, okay. Gold sword time. Yeesh. Jeez. Okay, those things do not mess around. I am not supposed to be here. Noah Bad, I never was a fan of liver and onions. I've had it before, but liver and onions is one of those sorts of foods where, yeah, I can't afford a better cut of meat than the liver, and I just have to do the best I can with it. Yeah, gyros! Framed Warlock, I do love gyro. I quite like it, in fact. And actually... oh, yeah, Meow, don't worry about it. Believe me. I am happy to talk about food. Well, yeah, Nikita, exactly. Which is one of the reasons I don't like it, because it's got all that off flavor in it. No thanks. Oh, I found a vault. Excellent. Oh, no, that's not, I didn't mean to do that. I'm gonna break my sword. I wonder how much I could sell these gold ingots for, actually. Let's see, how much will he give me? Oh, peanuts he get. Well, no, I shouldn't say that. He is offering me a decent amount. Rarmeow, let me tell you something about learning how to cook. Well, Laned, sometimes you just have to take a step outside your comfort zone and say, all right, I'm going to go to a restaurant and I'm going to order something that I think probably is made of ingredients that I know I enjoy, but that I've never had before. And just try it. And the more you do that, that will help. It does taste metallic bone. It tastes very irony. And Mr. Meow, I was terrified to cook. Terrified until I turned 18. And in my senior year of high school back in the States, my school offered a culinary arts course that was taught by this guy who was absolutely wonderful. He had been a professional chef and had an entire career where he had run his own restaurants, basically. And he ended up teaching a high school culinary arts class, and I took that class in 12th grade thinking it would be an easy A, and it ended up being one of the best classes I ever took, because it taught me not to be afraid to cook, you know, and one of the most important parts of that was not being afraid to fail. The only way that you learn is by making a mistake now and then. Oh, God. Yeah, that gold sword, man. That thing is putting in some work. Alright, hang on. I need to focus on this because... Well, that's one of the reasons I'm fine with it, Framed Warlock. I've had some awesome Greek food. Like, I've had some Greek-style grilled octopus that was great. Greek-style kebabs are fantastic. And gyros I do quite enjoy. I know, Lanid, but what if you could expand your comfort zone so that you weren't stuck just using and eating the same things all over again? What if you could expand your comfort zone and be comfortable with more things? Isn't it more comfortable having a bigger comfort zone, right? It was a fantastic class, Ramiao, and I'll tell you what. If you want to learn how to cook, and you don't have the opportunity to do it in person, there are YouTube channels that are absolutely fantastic for that purpose. Let me show you a few. Because there are just some excellent ones. So, this is the channel that I would go to for Korean. Or a channel. Rar, then that's all the more reason to learn how to cook. I promise you, Rar, it really isn't scary. And the trick is you start with a simple recipe, you do your research, you watch a video on it so that you see step by step how it's done. And then that alleviates the confusion and it helps you feel more confident. And then you just make the recipe a simple recipe and you get the result that you get. And if it turns out great, awesome. And if it doesn't, then you make it again and you learn from what you did suboptimally. So here is an excellent channel for Italian recipes. Here is an excellent channel for more French or Italian style recipes. This guy used to have a show on PBS. He's French by birth, but he's mixed ancestry. He has one French and one Italian parent. Let me see. This guy here is an American chef who lives and works in California. And he does all kinds of things, but he has quite a variety. Yeah, sorry, Kill Pills. I know, chat's moving pretty quickly and it's filled up with links now, I realize. Oh, you lived in France, Framed Warlock. I've always wanted to visit France. Never had an opportunity. Alright. And here, if you're looking, Rar, for something a little bit more, I don't know, on the nicer side. Oh, okay, Kill Pills. Yeah, that's totally fair. Totally fair. And actually, Rar, if you want to... Let me see if I can find... Where the heck was that channel? There was a really great channel for, here it is. All Things Barbecue. So if you want excellent barbecue recipes, Mr. Meow, check that out. Oh yeah, Frame Warlock, France has awesome cheese. There are other countries in Europe also that have good cheese as well. Switzerland has some pretty good cheese. The cheddar from the UK is great, although that's really all they do in the UK. Not all, but I mean, it's most of what they do. Germany isn't really all that big on cheese, but... Alright, let's see. Let me get you one more... There we go. And this guy right here as well is, he's got a really excellent channel for barbecue. The two barbecue guys that I'm linking you here, Rar, are, they're fellow Americans to you. And I think at least one of them, I believe the second guy, Malcolm Reed, the guy who runs How to Barbecue Right, I believe he's also a Texan. Yeah, Leonid, Orsara is what's his name? Pasquale is fantastic. He's like the best, the Italian grandpa that you want cooking for you. Hang on a minute, chat. Forgive me. I'll be right back. I have to go take care of something. There's a damn bug flying around my room, and I'm gonna go catch it because it's driving me nuts. Got him. What a stupid interlude. Yes. Bavaria is in Germany, Hunter. It's in the south of Germany. And they're known for a lot of different kinds of things. Mainly, they're known for the stereotypical Dr. Wily accent that you always hear in video games and media whenever somebody wants to sound German. The, now the world is mine accent. That one, you know? But, yeah, Well, Mr. Meow, I figured being a Texan you would know about barbecue, but knowing about it and knowing how to prepare it is something entirely different. And I thought that since you are a Texan, you might have a grill somewhere in your backyard, like a gas grill or ideally a charcoal grill, because as I know I don't need to tell you since you're a Texan, charcoal makes the best barbecue, or, you know, hardwood, either way. I'm a pretty big grilling enthusiast myself, and actually, you might be surprised to learn that grilling is really popular in Germany. And in fact, Germany is where the company Weber is based. The Weber, or Weber, as you call them in America, grills, are, that company is a German company. Think about it, Weber, you know? So those, I won't say they come from here, because they're not, I don't think they're manufactured here anymore, but the company is based here. No, Leonid, believe it or not. Yeah, basically, Log, that one. So, Mr. Meow, if you are interested in learning how to make your own barbecue and, you know, fulfilling your heritage as a proud Texan, that would be the place to start. Yeah, Maids for Life, they are. Believe it or not, grilling is really popular in Germany. And as a matter of fact, if you search for Weber grills on Amazon, you get a list of results a mile long. Check this out. No problem, Mr. Meow. Anime barbecues. If you search for them on German Amazon, I should say. I meant to add that detail. Fire Punch Grill. Amazing. But yeah, those grills originate in Germany. There's a huge German population in Texas? Yeah! Either you've told me that before, Hunter, or you're not the first one to tell me. But either way, I have heard that, and it does make a certain amount of sense. But never mind Germans. I mean, Texas is a state that just loves barbecue. I mean, barbecue is practically the state food of Texas. Well, Noabad, yes, we do. We do, and actually, for anybody who is interested, one of the uniquely, well, I shouldn't say uniquely, but here. This is an old video that I made a number of years ago in the city of Cologne here in Germany. And in this video, I went to a restaurant that did a very special signature dish called Schweinsachse, which is a crispy roasted pork knuckle. And actually, I'll just put a Wikipedia link. To what this is here in chat. For anyone who is curious, if you've never had Schweinsachse, you should try to make it if you can't find anywhere that serves it. Because it is fantastic. There is nothing quite like that crispy skin and that tender meat with a plate full of mashed potatoes and other nice, tasty, filling things. Well, Nikita, just mark it down for another time, right? Oh, okay, Mr. Meow. Even the towns there have German names. KCMO, McBurgers? I don't think I've seen the acronym somewhere before. Yeah, Nikita, barbecue, I mean, it took me a while to learn how to properly barbecue meat on a charcoal grill, but now that I know, I take every possible opportunity. Grilled meat, barbecued meat, it's so good. And in Germany, because the quality of the meat that that stores and butchers sell here is really very high, all things considered, compared to a lot of other countries I've visited or lived in. It really is very high quality. It's easy to get really nice sausages here that are freshly made at the local butcher shop, or to have the butcher custom make some sausages for you as well, because butchers will do that, or at least the ones here will. If you tell them exactly what you want in it, they will just make the sausage for you. Yeah, Nikita, my issue with propane is that you just don't get the... You don't get that smoky, charred flavor the way that you do with either hardwood or charcoal. Let's sell this doofus. Some of these. Oh, actually, I meant to buy from him because he has a gold sword. That's the sound of trouble. Well, and I guess that's the sound of dinner. Jesus. Boy, I've got a lot more in the way of resources out of this trip than I expected. You just hang out there. Yeah, Rar, right. As long as you make sure that you get some propane accessories to go along with it. Well, Nikita, that's one of the things that's great about charcoal, is that if you don't want the smoke flavor, you don't have to get it. But you can. Whereas it's much more difficult, in at least my experience, with propane or other methods of grilling to get that smoke flavor into a piece of meat. Whereas with charcoal, it's much easier, but you don't absolutely have to. Oh, this I think is gems. I need these. And, Nikita, you can add just a very light smoke flavor as well. This stuff, you don't have to go nuts with the smoke. Tell you what, this shockwave is pretty handy. And I can just pick up these pebbles and sell them to that shopkeeper. Because he'll just buy them. There we go. And that right there is money in the bank. Actually, it'd save me quite a bit of time to buy these too. Man, I didn't expect that I would come here looking to sell and end up doing all this mining. Oh, right, that's what I was supposed to be doing. Supposed to be taking stuff out of this chest to sell to this guy. I totally forgot. I was supposed to be offloading my junk on him. Not that junk, shut up. I hate how you need a minimum number of these things to be able to sell them. I really wish the game would just let you sell what you've got. Ah, no worries, Mr. Meow. Well, I'll tell you what. There are few better ways to impress a date than by offering them a home-cooked meal. I can vouch for this personally. You absolutely cannot go wrong by bringing your date home and offering them something delicious that you made yourself. So it's worth learning for that reason alone, but also just because it's a valuable skill, you know? It's a great skill to have. And it is certainly a skill that you will never regret. So I really genuinely, Mr. Meow, I encourage you, try not to be intimidated by the prospect of cooking. Once you get into it and once you start learning it, I promise it really becomes an almost addictive process where you'll find that you actually have fun. And the more you do it and the better you get at it, the more fun you will have. Oh, whoops. No, Man, these freaking treasure chests. Okay, actually, I'd probably better go buy that pickaxe. Because I need that for mine. When actually... Ha! Noah bad, if only. I don't know, I honestly... If I had a cooking show on PBS, I'm not even sure what I would do with it. I think I would struggle to come up with recipes. Right now, I just hope that there aren't any terrible monsters that come out at night on the volcanic island. Well, that's awesome, Mr. Meow. Now that you've messed around with some easy stuff, you should absolutely grade the, you should grade the challenge up a little bit. Do something a little more involved. And then keep practicing that. You won't necessarily get a perfect result the first time, but that's why you try it a second time and a third. Actually, Mr. Meow, perfect example. And again, I'm going to have to pause the game for this time because I need to dig through my Discord server. Uh... Okay, so, first of all, Mr. Meow, check this out. This is a Jägerschnitzel that I made a little while ago, and this is a recipe I've been practicing for a while. This is a German-style chicken cutlet, breaded and fried. I fry mine in extra virgin olive oil only, and I make the breading from scratch, season it from scratch and everything. This is topped with a mushroom cream gravy with sage, parsley, and other really nice fresh herbs. And I didn't get this recipe right the first time I tried it. But I'll tell you what. Once I got the hang of it, I ended up being very, very glad that I learned how to do it. I'm sorry, it's taking me a minute to find this. I know it's in here somewhere. Oh, wait a minute. I'm in the wrong, Okay, hang on. Heck. For some reason... Oh, here we go. I found it. Sorry, for some reason Discord just did not want to show me the result I was looking for. So, Mr. Meow, here's another one for you. This recipe I actually devised for another viewer of mine, whom I don't think is still here, because it's really late in Europe right now, and he's British, so he's probably asleep. But this is a Brussels sprouts au gratin recipe that I put together for a viewer of mine who was traumatized by Brussels sprouts because his British family only ever boiled them and never seasoned them. So the only way he was ever served Brussels sprouts was as mush. What I did with these, and it took me making this multiple times to refine and perfect the recipe, but this is Brussels sprouts. You make a Mornay sauce, Hunter. A Mornay sauce is basically a bechamel with cheese. It's a white sauce based in cheese. No, au gratin means with cheese, cursed nobleman. So what this is it's Brussels sprouts with a Mornay sauce, and the Brussels sprouts are first pan-seared in a cast iron skillet, and then I add all kinds of let's see. What did I add? It was bacon, shallots, garlic, fresh herbs, butter, obviously, because that's in the sauce. Yeah, they are terrible undead medic. So, you pan-sear the sprouts first, And then you have the bacon already pan-seared. You sear the or what do you call it? You cook the bacon in the pan, and then you sear the sprouts in the same pan as the bacon. You cook them in the bacon fat. And then you add back the chopped bacon and saute it with the shallots and the onions and the garlic and all that good stuff. And don't worry about the vocabulary, Mr. Meow. What it basically means is Brussels sprouts charred in a cast iron skillet with 3 different kinds of cheese, onions, garlic, shallots, and a really, really wonderful cheese sauce. That's what the sauce is. And what it ends up looking like on the inside, under that breadcrumb coating, because once everything is assembled in the pan, you add the sauce and some cheese on top, and then you put it back in the pan, and you bake it for a little while to melt the cheese and crisp up the breadcrumb coating on top. And this is what you get. You get these beautiful, wonderful, cheesy Brussels sprouts. That are actually a pleasure to eat. Plus, they're full of all kinds of nice things like bacon, and I think I also added some sausage to this. So, this is literally an example, Mr. Meow, of start small, work your way up, practice the same recipe multiple times, and when you're satisfied with it, you'll know how to make something that is genuinely delicious and that you will enjoy. And if I can do that, absolutely anybody can do it. Well, that certainly didn't help, maids. Brussels sprouts have been, they've been selectively breeding them for years, I think to make them more appealing, because Brussels sprouts have been surveyed multiple times as the most hated vegetable. And the way that my generation's parents used to prepare them is a large part of the reason why. No seasoning. No nothing, just boil them or steam them. Ugh. Oh, it looks like there's more gold over here. Well, Undead Medic, the only reason my parents made them, well, I guess there were 2. First of all, because they're healthy. And then, of course, anything that's healthy, my parents didn't know how to prepare in a way that actually made it palatable. Yeah, roasted with butter and lemon is okay. You know, there's at least some flavor there. But to just serve them steamed with no seasoning is a crime. There we are. Well, Hunter, they never really paid that much mind. It didn't matter if it was mush that tasted terrible. All of the TV chefs and cookbooks in the 80s when I was growing up and the 90s said that it was healthy, so parents never questioned it. Yeah, Nobleman, you don't need to get as fancy as I did with the recipe I just posted. Simple is still good. Oh, the mysterious shop is closing. You know what? Get out of here. Pick up more stones I can pawn off on that guy. Ugh. Plus, I mean, the bat meat doesn't hurt. Oh my god, Maids for Life. That better have been a Vidalia onion. Because there aren't really any onions you can eat like an apple other than Vidalia onions. I really hope for her sake that it was. A Spanish onion? Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'm being cooked alive. That's fine. I have healing items. Ugh, J-Tron. Even a Vidalia onion, like, if you roast an onion in the oven, if you expose it to heat for a while, sure, but... Well, what do these guys want? Yeah, hardcore doesn't even really begin to describe that. That's just masochistic. Well, yeah, Maids for Life, I eat raw onion in other things. I'll put it in salad, I'll put it on sandwiches, sure. But not by itself. For goodness sake. Well, the mysterious shop has closed. That is unfortunate, although thanks to him, I did find this island with lots of great loot. Now I just need to craft myself something that will enable me to walk on this without burning to death. Jesus Christ, Maids for Life. Even the peel? Well, J-Tron, yeah, when you're delirious with hunger, but why wait till that point? Really? Why wait? No problem, Mr. Meow. Thank you so much for dropping by. You're always welcome back. I'd be happy to see you again. If there's anything else that you need, or, you know, if you just enjoyed being here enough to be interested in coming back, I'd be happy to have you. Good luck, and, hopefully we'll see each other again. Take care. Have a good one. And I hate having to use a gold sword to break this, but... great. There's a raid. Well, hopefully all the monkeys at my camp will be able to, spend them... Oh, the shop is now open again. And where did he... Oh, on the north coast of that island. Okay. Oh, the raid has ended. I guess the defending forces prevailed. You know, Cursed Nobleman, my culinary arts teacher had a rule, and I think it's a very good rule, and I've always practiced it ever since I took that class. And his rule was he would never put anything on a customer's plate that they could not eat. So even the things that he used as a garnish, like he would sometimes do fluted mushroom caps or carrot flowers or those kinds of things, but it would always be something that was intended to be eaten. It was never something that was on the plate purely for artistic purposes and that was not meant to eat. And I have lived by that advice ever since. And it's good advice. It makes sense. And he was absolutely right. Well, even at the time, Nikita, I heard him say that and I was like, yeah, you know what? You're absolutely right. Why put something on a person's plate that they can't eat? You know, like a slice of lemon on your glass of water on the rim of the glass, it's obvious what that's there for, right? If you want a little lemon in your water, you squeeze a little lemon into your water. A slice of lemon on your plate, yeah, that sends a little bit of a mixed message. Ah, see, Undead Medic. If I'm going to garnish something with parsley, I will sprinkle parsley on top of it. Because in that way, it's meant to be eaten. And it actually does add a little bit of flavor. In addition to the nice little flecks of green. Oh, do you, Hunter? Really? I feel like eating the lime or the lemon off of the rim of your glass is a bit of a T-pose, you know? Yeah, no, Abad, the reason they do that is so that you can squeeze some lemon juice onto the tacos. Because citrus is a really big part of Latin American cuisine, like a really big part. If you've had ceviche, then you'll know what I'm talking about. Yeah, Maids for Life, it does. It does. Ah, KCK, the thing is, eating a citrus fruit straight, well, eating a lemon or lime anyway, just straight, I couldn't do it. Those are way too sour for me. Lanid, if you don't mind my asking, where is down here? What general part of the world do you live in? Yeah, Nikita, very true, very true. Exactly, Undead Medic, exactly. Oh, Ecuador, Lanid, okay. So you and Artista actually aren't too far from each other. I do have quite a few viewers in Central and South America, as it turns out, Lanid. I'm surprised by how many, actually. So you're in good company here. Jatron, I've had candied citrus peel. Like candied lemon or lime or orange peel, those are really good. But on their own, just the raw peel and the raw flesh of the fruit too. I mean, they're wonderful flavors, but by themselves, they're so sour. Well, Meyer lemons are a little bit of a different story. Maids for Life. Meyer lemons were selectively bred to have a similar sort of citrus flavor to a lemon, but they're not actually truly lemons. I believe they're a hybrid of a lemon and a tangerine, I think. Let me just check that, because they're a hybrid of a lemon and something else. Oh no, it's a cross between a citron and a mandarin or a pomelo. No, a cross between a citron and a mandarin pomelo hybrid. So they're not truly a lemon at all. They were just selectively bred so that they sort of look like a lemon, and they have a kind of a nice citrusy, lemony flavor, but without most of that acidity. It is pretty difficult to find Meyer lemons in Germany, Maids. I like them, and I do use them in my cooking when I can get them, but they are very difficult to find here. Yeah, a triple hybrid that has nothing to do with a lemon other than being a citrus fruit. Ah, Jatron, I'm amazed you're still alive. Well, Lena, that's my feeling as well. I always learn something new when somebody brings up food. Oh, you live in Florida, so of course they're probably grown there. Yeah, I bet there are just plantations full of Meyer lemons in Florida, Maids for Life. Yeah, Jatron, I think I have some idea. I knew people like you when I was in school, and I don't even know if all of them are still alive. Except oranges? You lost your oranges, Nikita? Oh, you grow oranges but ship them elsewhere. Maids for Life and any other Floridians who are interested or care, I will say my favorite cultivar of orange is the Cara Cara orange. A good, ripe Cara Cara, they are so sweet, so low acidity, so delicious. The best, well, I can't even say the best orange because I love blood oranges too. Blood oranges are great, and I would say they're a very close second to Cara Cara for me. Really, Nikita? Oh, blood oranges are your favorite? Yeah, blood oranges are awesome. You must have had Cara Cara as well, Maids, right? Since you live in Florida, and I'm pretty sure they're grown in Florida. Cara Cara we do get in Germany. I find them at grocery stores from time to time. Blood oranges are grown in Italy, so they're imported to Germany in fairly large numbers. Blood oranges are easy to get here. And the Italian blood oranges are really nice. They have just such a nice, robust, earthy flavor without being super, super sour. Ah, very good, Undead Medic, very good. So it seems that quite a lot of you have fairly diverse tastes. I'm impressed to hear that. Well, look at this. 42 metal ingots, 83 gold. Actually, 52 metal ingots, because that's not counting the stuff I was carrying on me. Well, Jatron, I admire your enthusiasm. Oh, there's my raft. Well, Garatros, I consider myself lucky that anybody feels that way, because my ability to focus on playing video games when there's a food conversation happening is, well, severely impaired. Actually, and the shopkeeper's set up in a location where I think I can access him fairly easily, so we'll have to head down there again and pay him a visit. Yes, okay, perfect. Ah, that's right, Jtron, you did mention to me before that you're French. Then again, I mean, France has the reputation for being the big food country. But I think there are a lot of countries that deserve reputations for having awesome food. Yeah, Bone, blackcurrant is still a fairly common flavor in the United Kingdom. No, that's fine, Nikita. Peeve is a friend of mine. Peeve and I are friends, and it's not like plugging him here is going to do me any harm. Peeve and I go way back. Matter of fact, actually, I have a really old video that he didn't want me to publish. I still have it because I was hoping he would change his mind. But I have a video of that I recorded at E3 in 2015 when Bandai Namco invited a bunch of us there, a bunch of us from the Souls community, to for the unveiling of Dark Souls 3. And Peeve and Brandon and I, Ouroboros the Ninja, Brandon, we went out with Jerp and one or two other people from Soulbrand for hot dogs. And I still have a video of the place that we went because the hot dogs we had there were fantastic. Oh, that is a tiger. We'd probably better do something about him. Okay, well. So I guess the panther is just a tougher palette swap of the tiger, then. Lucky Steak, and thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. I really appreciate that. Oh, and the merchant is just here. No, Log! What he told me when I asked him if I could publish the video was that he didn't feel comfortable with people watching him eat. Alright, well, we'll put that chair on the raft. We'll grab that table, and we'll take that, too. Damn it. This monkey. There we are. There we are. Up. Well, if it isn't my little orkling friends. Get absolutely bent. Ooh. Diary entry from another explorer. The damn bats. Every time. Oh. That chest veritably exploded. What does this totem want? 2 fruit. Oh, we have a command for that! Undead Medic. Exclamation point T. Ah, very good. Well, we can give him what he wants. What he really, really wants. What did we get? Oh, okay, we have to give them both something. Alright, in that case... Wait, where the... Oh, okay. Before I lose this... Lanid, if only. No, I can't understand that kind of ASMR either. I don't really get the appeal. Okay. Now the other one also wants some fruit. Ah. That is a substantial amount of money. It's also a shame that we can't take over these encampments. Because it would be really nice if we could. Alright. Time to sell off the last little bit of this stuff. Chili Will, I've done the 3 labyrinths on the starting island. So I have definitely made some progress, and I feel like I'm finally starting to understand things a bit better. Okay, I want that gold sword. And actually, those are a pain to make. I'll take those too. Mango curry? Yeah, I definitely need the health. Wow, I was almost dead. Jeez. Alright, what have I got that I could sell? Not an awful lot, it turns out. Almost all the rest of this stuff I'm gonna need. Oh, you're talking about one of the main labyrinths. No, I haven't, Chili Will, not yet. I did buy the key to the Bat Labyrinth, but I haven't had an opportunity to use it yet. Alright, well, I think we'll save the rest of this. And Garatros, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime sub! I really appreciate that. Welcome to the Ragtime Lounge. You didn't have to spend that on me, but it means an awful lot that you did. Thank you very much for your support. Thank you for helping keep the Ragtime Lounge in business and helping feed a hungry spy. Okay. Oh, God. There was another tougher looking... Oh, God, okay. Yeah, him. Okay, he was slightly tougher looking. Guess not as tough as he looked. Oh, alright. Oh, and that's the room complete. Cool. Man, this is an awfully big room for having nothing in it. Ah. So if I kill this guy... that ghost is going to come in here and try to revive it. Yep, there it is. Get baited, idiot. Actually, and I need to go cook something to restore my health. Which, fortunately, we can do. Oh, not with that, though. I apparently need this. Yeah, Bone, I feel your pain. I tend to find that I am constantly running out of storage. Cabinets, drawers, even if it's just my my cooking equipment or my ingredient. Like, I've got an entire cabinet dedicated just to spices and seasonings. Then I've got another one dedicated to dry ingredients, another one dedicated just to jars. Yeah, I know, it's like we're making soup or something, Bone. I guess they could only afford one cooking animation and one sound effect. Yeah, it's kebab soup. Don't pay it any mind. Yeah, Lucky Steak, or that. Yeah, no, that meat's just really juicy. There we go. You don't stew your kebabs. Believe it or not, Undead Medic. I don't, but I do cook them with a hammer. Oh, right. Need those. And these. And that. Well, yes, Nikita, but in order to generate enough heat to cook meat by punching it, you would probably actually destroy the entire planet. proven not to be effective? Who proved that, Chili Will? Have they been putting steak in the Hadron Collider again? Those silly scientists. Yeah, to stir it, Nikita. Look at this guy. He's stirring his kebab with a hammer. Said no one ever. Also, I'm cooking in the torch. Well, yeah, Chili Will, because whatever automatic slapper they made couldn't produce the multiple thousands of miles an hour worth of impact that would have been necessary to generate the amount of heat to cook a chicken. Sous vide slapping. I don't know how well that would work, Bone. Because you'd slap the plastic right off of it. And then it would probably melt and fuse to it. Besides which, hitting a piece of chicken or steak with the amount of force necessary to generate enough heat to cook it would also apply enough force to it to just vaporize it. There'd be nothing left of it. It'd just be a big meat smear on what was left of the counter. Right, you... Okay, fine. Just wait there, then. That's an interesting idea, Undead Medic, but then the chicken would be covered in oil and inedible. Really? That's all that was in this room? Okay. What have we here? Lots of money. And a monkey. Which is great. When you join a multiplayer game, you can only take 5 of your monkey pals with you. Go to the monkey tab in the journal to select your 5 favorites. Oh. Well. Guess this monkey's getting a gold sword. Seriously, Bone. Alright, I guess we're done here. I guess this was just a short dungeon after all. Fortunately, however, the merchant is right outside. So I can just pawn off all this junk I got. Well, okay, not all of it. Can I pawn off? Or what would I even be willing to get rid of? I don't think I need to get rid of this stuff. Oh, actually, the torches. 5? Really? Alright, in that case, I guess we've done all we can here. Which end, I suppose we can head back to base and see how that raid panned out. Away we go. Undead Medic, the real question is, why would you want to cook chicken in a clothes dryer? Why would you ever even try? What would ever possess you? Novelty, fame, fortune. Come on, you guys can do better than that. For the challenge? Well, Lucky Steak, I guess. I guess when people feel like life doesn't have enough left in it to challenge them, I suppose they'll make their own challenge, but what would push you to the point that there are so few challenges left in life that you would feel it's necessary to start cooking chicken in a clothes dryer? And actually, let's see how the... Ooh. I don't even want to think about that, Nikita. Oh, I see that the traps were once again successful. Wait, did I... What item do you even have? Oh. You do have it. For some reason, that monkey didn't have the icon for the sword. Okay. In that case... Well, yes, Undead Medic, that's true, but that's a low bar, man. That... I'm not even sure you can count that. Right, let's offload the materials that I will be using to craft. No, whoops, I didn't want to put the steak in. Those, and I guess the arrows and whatnot can go in here, since I don't have anywhere else really to put them. Okay. All the food items can go in there. Gorgelon, even if you wrapped it in foil, the foil would just come off. You just have a huge mess on your hands. Like, I can't see it ever being even remotely practical. Oh, and there we go. Well, now I could take these torches to sell. Put that there, and actually now we can rest, finally, and save the game. Yeah, Bone, among other things, you would certainly accomplish that. Actually, I brought a bunch of furniture on my raft. Good, and look, everything replenished again. Okay. That can go there. We got a chair, too. You know, and the position of that bed is just maddening. What we're gonna do is we're gonna dismantle that, and we are gonna put it... Oh, you know what? Actually, we're gonna make a better one. Going to put that there. Oh, good, Undead Medic. I'm glad that you're a fan of Gene Wilder. Actually, the quote didn't originate with him. He just quoted it as Willy Wonka, but... same difference. Okay, and now we should... Yes, there we go. Sword handle? As if they didn't need to make it more complicated. Metal ingot and a metal sheet, huh? Well... why the heck not? I did, Chili Will, yes, I did figure that out, and I'm about to go repair them as soon as I'm done with this. Metal sword. Also be used to cut things down, huh? And then this is certainly going to be the gold sword. This, we need 2 metal sheets and 3 metal nails. Okay. Whoops. Oh, we might as well just... You wish, Lucky Steak. There'd certainly be no benefit to that. Bone, I've heard of those, but I think that they're a gimmick. I don't really believe that they're actually that effective. They can't possibly be. Besides which, from where I'm standing, overnight in the fridge is just as good. Now I need 3 nails. Oh, okay. Oh, Undead Medic, you're welcome to try it if you think it'll produce good results, but don't come crying to me when your washing machine and your dinner get ruined. Oh, because of course you can make a gold bed frame. Jeez, okay, well... we need to make the metal bed. 2 frames and 2 nails. Alright, well, that we can do. Alright, Undead Medic, well, be sure to take some pictures and post them on Twitter and link them to me so that I can laugh. I mean... congratulate you on the results. Yummy, pickles took weeks to get ready because they were literally a way of preserving food for the winter. The point was that it didn't matter how long you stored them, they would stay edible. All that really matters, Yami, is making enough in advance to meet future demand. Which is impossible to know, so in other words, just make too much. Yeah, Jtron, me too. I used to eat pickled herring quite a lot. Now I like smoked herring better, but I'll still have pickled herring once in a while. Aha! Do you, Jtron? These days, my go-to is, kippered herring. Or smoked fish of any kind. I actually... lately, I've been eating, sardines. Skinless, boneless sardines. Which are really nice. Wild caught out of Morocco, the brand I get. Alright, and now we need some nails. Oh, no, now we need some charcoal. Fair enough, Jtron, but you've got Pacific seafood. What do you need Atlantic stuff for? So Undead Medic, salmon, especially smoked salmon, especially the stuff that you get in containers at the grocery store, a whole lot of that stuff is farmed, and it doesn't have very good flavor. Undead Medic, let me show you what you want. Let me show you what you should get. Undead Medic, you said you're in Florida, so you can order off of Amazon. What you want, my friend, is this. And actually, let me give you a couple, because... So here is one. Have a look at that and tell me that does not just look delicious. And another... Let me see. Holy hell, let me shorten this link for you a little bit. Hang on. These... Yami, fried gluten. This is seitan. Yeah, I can give you a recipe for that. Give me a moment. I like mackerel a lot too, Jtron. But I'm getting to that. We'll get there. So, that first one was sardines there. That first Bar Harbor one on Dead Medic. This one is herring, kippered herring, which is smoked. And then they have a few variations of that product, which, actually, this is a super good deal. The herring fillets in cracked pepper are 12, a pack of 12 for $35. So they're about $2.99 a can, which for a high-end product like this is an excellent price. Normally I've seen these going for $5 on the shelf at Stop and Shop. This right here on Dead Medic, those. Well, I can give you a recipe for it, Yami. That doesn't mean I would ever eat it. So as for mackerel, the prime product here on Dead Medic, if you're interested in that, there are a couple actually. There is this, which is actually mackerel fillets with Mediterranean herbs. Although there are a few different variations of this that you can get. This brand does sell these in olive oil. They sell it also in olive oil and lemon together. And they sell them packaged with jalapeno. But the Mediterranean herbs are my favorites. Yeah, on Dead Medic, if you like cracked pepper, get the Bar Harbor kippers in cracked pepper, because that's a super good deal that Amazon is offering on those. Like, at $2.99 a can, $3, you're paying $2 a can less than you would for those things in a grocery store. That is a pretty good price on those. And if you want to try the smoked mackerel, Here we go. If you want to try the smoked mackerel, this is a slightly higher end brand, which is on the more expensive side, but this is very good as well. There you go. Undead Medic, the stuff that I'm linking for you here does not require any preparation. It's already fully cooked, fully smoked. You can just eat it out of the can if you want to. But if you're talking about for serving it, there are a few different ways you can do it. So the first way is the Swedish style, which is you serve it on pumpernickel flats. Oh, yeah, Undead Medic, they're perfectly good out of the can. I eat them out of the can. They're delicious. Like, they don't really need anything else. But if your family requires a little bit more presentation in order to persuade them, then you can do it that way, the way that I just linked you there. You can... You can do something a little bit more... Here we go. You can do something a little bit more continental, like this. Yeah, Undead Medic, my grandfather, who was Swedish, used to like to eat his herring on little bits of pumpernickel bread. Or if you don't have pumpernickel bread, you can just use any kind of bread. And check this out. If you want to serve it on toast, it goes really well on toast with cream cheese and, well, here, let me just give you the recipe. Here is another, that's a more sort of American way of serving it, but that one should be pretty good too. Let me give you one or two more ideas. Here we go. So here is another serving suggestion, once again on bread. This one I think you will really like. Ah, you like that second one? Yeah, that's a good one too. So this ought to give you some ideas, Undead Medic. And if you're interested, I'll give you one more. This is a slightly different one, but it actually goes fairly well in a recipe like this as well. There you go. That should get you started at least. Oh, Nikita, no. You don't cook most of those. The only one you really cook is the last one. And then only as a matter of necessity. But, yeah, Undead Medic, that ought to get you started for ways to serve them or present them. Well, good. Undead Medic, the reason I gave you a wide spread there was because I don't know exactly what you're going to like, so I figure the more diverse an array of options I offer you, the more likely I am to give you an idea that you actually like and that you'll actually be able to use. Besides which, variety is the spice of life, right? With a little bit of luck, maybe a couple of those will be up to scratch. Okay, so we need 2 metal frames, the comfy padding, and the nails. Okay, perfect. So actually, there we go. Undead Medic, if you ever get around to putting any of those together and preparing them, please do me a favor, take some pictures and come share them here, because I'd love to see what you end up going with. Excellent. And now, where's my blanket? There it is. Please do, Hero. If they're able to help more than one person, then so much the better. Hopefully, I'll be able to introduce lots of you to some ideas you might be able to use or that you might like. Excellent, Undead Medic. Excellent. Yeah, do keep me appraised, please. I would very much love to hear about your adventures. And actually, there is now a bunch more stuff we can make now that we finally have the raw materials. Ah, yeah, Hero. Every brand is at least a little bit limited. So it's always a good idea to get familiar with more than one brand. As a matter of fact... Ah, thank you, Undead Medic. I really appreciate it. Hero, let me actually show you There are a few different... There are a few different brands that actually, that carry a variety of other sorts of products. And the more of them that you're familiar with, the better off you'll be, because if you know what you're looking for, you can order it online, and then you're not stuck with just what your grocery store has. Like, if you're interested in these kinds of things, the Acme brand does several different kinds of pickled herring. So here's their home-style one. And here's a really interesting one from that brand, Hero. Smoked pickled herring in cream sauce. My father used to buy these periodically when I was a kid. He still likes them. His favorite's the one in wine sauce, but... and Undead Medic, you would like to ask everybody if people in chat prefer milder tastes or something more heavily spiced. Well, if you're talking about spiced as in hot, spicy... Undead Medic, for me personally, and I know you're looking for answers from others in chat as well, I like spicy food a lot. I don't need to have everything I eat spicy, but, you know, I'm hardcore enough about spice that I keep several different kinds of Tabasco on hand, including their scorpion sauce, which I think is the hottest one they make. And I also keep boot jolokia powder, this really nice smoked dried boot jolokia powder, and some bird's eye chili powder as well for my cooking. But there are plenty of foods that aren't spicy which I enjoy. And again, stuff doesn't absolutely have to be spicy for me to eat it, you know? But if you're talking about just strength of flavor, if you're talking about just how well seasoned something is, then for me personally, I cannot stand food that is bland. I need food to have a lot of flavor, I would guess, because I must just not be as sensitive to flavors as a lot of other people are. So I need food to be flavorful. I need it to be well seasoned. And I'm sure everybody else in chat has all sorts of different preferences with which they'd be happy to weigh in. Because I know that not everyone feels the same way I do about that. I suppose, Jtron. I suppose so. Well, there, see, it looks like already, Undead Medic, you're getting quite a variety of answers in chat. Which is probably to be expected. Kaylee can attest to be turned off more by textures than flavors. I'm guessing that's what you're responding to, Nikita? And Craigamonsta, yeah. My mother can't stand spicy stuff. Like, anything with even a little bit of heat in it she can't handle. And even my father's not too big on it, so I don't know how I ended up being such a huge fan of spicy food. As far as I know, there's no reason it should be in my genes. Yeah, isn't that unfortunate, Jtron? That, like, something which tastes really good can have such an off-putting texture that you can't even get around the texture to enjoy the taste. Well, Afro, that depends on who you ask. If you ask the Hindus or the Jamaicans, the answer would be probably no. But if you ask most cultures in Western Europe, I think probably they'd say yes. Bone, that sounds absolutely horrendous. Alright, so I need a metal frame. Oh, and I need nails. Oh, bloody hell. Well, yeah, Hiro, I'll agree with that. I mean, that again, that's why I say variety is the spice of life. Because if you had the same thing over and over and over again, then you just get to the point where it's time for some variety. It's interesting you mention oatmeal, Jtron, because when I was a kid, I used to really like oatmeal. My mother used to make it for me, actually. She used to buy pre-seasoned oatmeal. She'd buy oatmeal from the store that came in like a foil package, and it would be a cardboard box of like 6 or 8 or 10 foil packages. And the oatmeal would be sweetened in some way. It would usually have either cinnamon or maple syrup or something in it. Sometimes it would have dried fruit. And she would make that for me as a kid, and I quite liked it. But I haven't eaten oatmeal since I was probably 8 or 9 years old. It's been that long. I've just had no reason. Because my mother used to make it for me as a cheap food. Because I come from a fairly poor family. And as a kid, especially when my parents were still establishing themselves in America, they couldn't afford lots of really good, you know, meat and vegetables and that stuff. So we ended up eating a lot of pasta, a lot of bread, and, in the beginning anyway, a fair amount of oatmeal. So we ended up having to resort to whatever we could to give it some flavor. And often that meant just buying the pre-flavored stuff. That doesn't sound too bad, Warrior. If I were going to make oatmeal now, like if I were going to make it for myself tomorrow, I probably still would put fruit in it. Oh, did I level up or something? Let's see what just happened. Alright. Oh, the mysterious shop has closed. A bucket and 12 pebbles. Oh, okay, I guess... I guess I'm supposed to... that in. And I need 8 more pebbles. We will put a cooking pot here. There we go. Milk, vanilla, and cinnamon. Interesting, Undead Medic. Yeah, see, your mother must have been able to afford better ingredients than my parents could. Because my mother would always get the pre-flavored stuff. On the rare occasion we were able to buy fruit, she would add fruit to the pre-flavored stuff. But if I were going to do it today, I would do it, you know, I'd make it properly. I would use probably, you know, fresh strawberries or bananas or blueberries, some cinnamon, probably also some clove and a little bit of allspice, maybe some nutmeg. You know, the sweet spices. Well, Bone, I don't know that I would want to eat catfish straight out of a body of water. Other kinds of fish, yes. Catfish are bottom feeders, and as Monotone was saying earlier, they tend not to taste very good unless you clean them first. Undead Medic, at the grocery stores in America, the pre-made stuff was actually the cheapest. The unflavored oats actually required more work, and they were more expensive because they were considered to be a higher quality product. Okay, that we can put on the bedside table, because flowers next to the bed are always nice. And let's relight the forge, because one metal sheet, one sword handle, and some nails. Okay. Really would like to be able to start making gold swords without having to buy them. Oh, that's an interesting idea, Gorgelon. I would not have thought to add butter. And I certainly would not have thought to add jam. Cream, I might add. But jam and butter, that's almost treating your oatmeal like toast. Are you British, Gorgelon? That sounds like a British thing to do with oatmeal. I mean, forgive me, I know it's impetuous of me to ask that, but... Yeah, Medic, that's the whole point of what Monotone was saying earlier, is, bottom-feeding fish in general, be they catfish or whatever, and especially carnivorous fish, tend not to taste all that great. Ah, interesting, Bone. Very interesting. Born in Russia, traveled a lot with your mom and British stepdad. Ah, okay. Settled in Sweden. Gorgelon, I'll tell you what you are. You are exactly what I am. Born in Dresden, lived in America, traveled fairly lots of places in the world, you know? I've been to Canada, I've been to Japan, been all sorts of different places, and then I settled back in Germany. We are citizens of the world, Gorgelon, is what we are. There it is. There's that gold sword. We need the sword handle, the gold sheet, and... That's odd. I don't see the gold sheet anywhere. Oh, you know what? We should make some gems. Well, Undead Medic, and as a bit of a piggyback off of what Nikita just said, that you're you know, it doesn't really, in the end, matter what your background is. What matters is where and who you are right now, at this moment. And, I mean, it's good to know where you came from, it's good to know your roots and your history, but it isn't absolutely necessary in order for you to to be your own person and decide who you are in the moment, you know, here and now. Like, I can tell you who I am, I can tell you all about my past, but all that really matters is who I am in the present. Oh, we can make a labyrinth gem. Interesting. Let's make a couple more gems then. Oh, right, Yami. Yes. Of course. Alright, Yami. So... yeah, I mean, these are going to be fairly standard preparations, but... here, let me pause the game for a moment. Honestly, Yami... this type of product is... probably the best thing vegans could possibly ask for. So let me give you... okay, hang on. Yami, there's this to start with. Well, Jtron, that's close enough. There's that, Yami. And there are a bunch of recipes here for it as well. This is a sort of a... there's a list. There should be some in that list. Alright, Yami. How about then... whoops, oh. Sorry, Yakumo Yomi, that was meant for Yami Kami. There's that. Yami, you might actually like this last one. You just might. Well, Yami, maybe if you could help me narrow it down and give me some idea of what you're looking for. Actually... actually... Or, Yami... Well, yeah, Yami, again, you'd have to give me some idea of what you're looking for. I mean, if you want something that's a little bit closer to your tastes and preferences, here's a mapo tofu recipe. Just substitute the tofu with that gluten product. Fry the gluten first, crisp it up a little bit. And just use that. That'll be closer to home. Oh, that's unfortunate, Nikita. But apart from, you know, apart from your heritage and all of that, you are who you choose to be, really. There's only so much bearing your past and your history have on who you are now. I suppose you could, Bone. I don't know that it would necessarily be really practical, because I don't have enough ingredients to sustain crafting for that long. It wouldn't really save that much time. Oh! Well, look who it is! Lugal, how are you doing? Lugal, I didn't know that you streamed. Thank you so much for the raid. Hello and welcome. What were you playing, Lugal? Well, Nikita, if it makes you feel any better, it's not just with nationality. That's just something people instinctively do to each other, is they try to fit each other into these labels and these little... these categories, you know, these little shoeboxes almost. And it just compartmentalizes others for people to be able to understand more easily according to what really amount to arbitrary labels. A power gem, interesting. Actually, I could potentially make a teleporter with this. Okay, 2 more of those. It was a big oof? Oh, a Nuzlocke run of Pokemon. And you died at Koga. Oh no, I'm sorry, Lugal. That's rough. My condolences, man. I hope you had a good stream up until that point, at least. And I really appreciate the raid. Thank you for thinking of me, Lugal. That was very kind of you. And welcome, everybody rolling in with Lugal. Doge of Small Republic. I like that username. That's a good one. Oh, yeah, he's a bastard like that, Lugal. Koga is one of the nastiest of the Elite Four. In every game in which he appears, in fact, because he always uses the same tricks with his blasted poison types. no, not the Elite Four. I'm sorry. I'm thinking of, Who am I thinking of in the Elite Four? Maybe somebody in the new series. There are so many of those games now that I get them all mixed up. Hello, Malkaresh. Welcome. Yeah, that's what's going on for the moment. It really does, Undead Medic. It really does. Oh, he was Elite Four in Johto, so, okay, that's why I was thinking he was Elite Four. Because he was at one point. I was gonna say, I swore I remember Koga being a member of the Elite Four and not just a gym leader. Alright, you know what? Actually, no. We're going to swap items. And we will let Socks handle that. Yes, thank you, Afro. That's what it was. I knew there was like a sub-story there. No, Malkaresh, it's just that Lugal just dropped by and raided us after finishing, on a fairly unfortunate note, a Nuzlocke run of Pokemon. Oh, okay, Undead Medic. If you have a picture of said large dog, I would very much love to see him or her. Malkaresh, how are you doing? I hope you've been safe and well. I hope the pandemic has not been weighing upon you as heavily as it has some others. Ah, good, Malkaresh. I'm glad you've been well. Oh, you know Nuzlocke from Griffin McElroy. Okay, so you know about it. Well, that's what Lugal just finished up. So, with the raid, naturally came a... Oh! Anon, thank you very much for gifting Cute Monkey a Tier 1 sub. Boy, there certainly have been a lot of monkey-themed comments and jokes and even usernames in chat since I started streaming this. Alright, and actually, we can build a teleporter now. What would that take? 2 power gems, 2 gold frames, and 6 lumber. Sheesh. Well, it'll be expensive, but... Oh, you definitely need 2, Bone. And even if you didn't, I would not want to go through a one-way teleporter. Well enough, thank you, Malkaresh. All things considered, I really am not in a position to complain. Ah, no problem, Undead Medic. I don't think I've ever even heard of that breed. I'll have to look it up. That sounds like a gorgeous dog, though. Ah, that's lucky for you, Malkaresh, yeah. Well, I'm glad things seem to be working out for you, and I'm glad that you're still gainfully employed. Because, yeah, you are correct. The marine industry does indeed wait for no one. Actually. I'm going to need some gold. Three gold sheets and 3 gold nails. Okay, so I'm guessing the gold nails will unlock the gold sheets. I haven't seen them despawn yet, Bone. My guess would be that when enough items end up on the ground, the oldest one to be dropped on the ground starts disappearing, and then so on towards the newest. That would be my guess. I have no proof of that. It's just a theory. Oh, okay, Undead Medic. Gotcha. Interesting. I'm curious. I'll have to, let me look up that breed. Alright, hang on. Let me actually first... Yes, there's the gold sheet. Wikipedia lists this dog as a Belgian Shepherd? Belgian Sheepdog or the Chien de Berger Belge? Medium-sized herding dog from Belgium. Interesting. Huh. Oh, the short-haired fawn Malinois. Okay. So the Malinois... Oh, I see. I see. These are really pretty dogs. Okay, I can totally picture this. That's adorable, Undead Medic. Yeah, third child with razors for teeth. That... herding dogs do tend to be. And Malkaresh, thank you for the resub. Welcome back. Really appreciate that. Oh, and Kilowatt, you got a beagle. Beagles are cute. Beagles are just big enough that they don't annoy me in the way that small dogs like, Chihuahuas do. Plus, those floppy ears and those humongous schnoofy noses on a beagle are, just super adorable. Alright, what do we got? We got... Oh, a sturdy shovel. Made of gold. Yeah, I see now what's going on there, Undead Medic. Or no pet at all, Jtron. Oh, I'm quite familiar with beagles, Kilowatt. I've seen my fair share of them. Alright, so what did we need for the teleporter? We needed 2 gold frames. Jesus. What the? A gold statue. Huh. Okay. Oh, an English Springer Spaniel. They must get along quite well. 6 snakes. You really are running a zoo, medic. Kilowatt, I take it you're fairly far from Texas, then. Oregon. Okay, yeah, that's a long way from Texas. Malkaresh, I don't even know what to tell you. This is just a game that I found on PSN the other day that I thought I would try out. And it's been alright so far, honestly. Oh, Malkaresh, you're also in Oregon. No kidding. I don't believe I knew that. Yeah, you know, it probably is a good thing I handed this off to the monkeys. Oh, Tatsumi! It must be just about midday for you, Tatsumi. You must have just finished up lunch. How are you doing? Hello and welcome. Oh, you're making pizza! What kind of pizza, Tatsumi? You certainly arrived just in time to get in on some food talk. What kind of pizza are you making? Yeah, Undead Medic, it does. I could really go for some pizza right about now, actually. Ah, very good, KCK. What kind did you make? I'm pretty much relegated to frozen pizzas because I can't be bothered to make them from scratch. Well, it is for you, Undead Medic. In Germany right now, it is 5:30 a.m. Which is still not a bad time for pizza. Then again, what time is? Alright, actually, shall we put the teleporter? Perhaps we shall put it... They'll put it right against the wall there. Actually, or maybe not. I'd like to put it someplace a little more convenient. Because I sure as hell do not want to have to rebuild this thing once it's been built. Yeah, maybe that was the best spot. Yeah, you know what? We'll put this here. Oh, very good, Malkaresh. You must live in a pretty big city then, Malkaresh, if you're able to get pizza at this hour. There we go. Yeah, Undead Medic, but that doesn't mean you can't still heat it up a little bit. Yeah, KCK, it is kind of a pain. Yeah, Tatsumi, if you're making your own, it'll definitely be better than what you'd buy at a grocery store. Although, it's still probably... I mean, I don't know how much practice you have at making pizza, but if I were going to make it at home, it might be better than what I'd get out of a freezer, but it certainly wouldn't be better than what I would get at a pizzeria. Depending on the pizzeria, of course. Yeah, Makaresh, the final episode just went up the other day. So that series is finished now. If you were looking to marathon it, you can do so, if you were holding off. But Tatsumi, what I meant was, I was just curious as to what you were putting on your pizza. What sorts of toppings? Whoa, okay, and we need some kind of green gem to power this. Right, well, at least we've got it. Yikes, Undead Medic! Jeez! That's awful. I guess you have to be really careful about what brand. Because, yeah, quality control sometimes is, not great, I guess. Oh, and then you found out there was a recall. Ugh, that's... Ugh. That's awful. So it sounds like they didn't do a good enough job getting word out about the recall, then. Ah, very good, Tatsumi. That sounds like a nice pizza. I approve. I mean, not that you need my approval, or not that it should mean anything to you, but for what it's worth, I approve. Welcome back, Monotone. I hope you had a good date. Yeah, that's an unpleasant symptom. Alright, what do we got? We got a lightweight axe. Oh, actually, it's good that I accidentally made that extra... Yeesh, KCK. Oh, alright, Monotone. That could be worse. Alright, what do we got? We got... Oh, okay, now I can craft these. Well, it looks like I've unlocked every recipe. And now, of course, I am out of metal ingots. Yeesh, KCK. Yeah, that's rough. Actually, let's get some wood on the fire here, because Ah, now we've unlocked a bunch of other recipes. Sticky wings. Large amount of hunger and a medium amount of health. Increases max stamina. Bat wings and fruit, huh? Glass bottle with clean water. Charcoal, dirty water in a glass bottle. Oh, well. Actually, I better grab some food out of the chest because I am about to starve. Yeah, KCK, that's not the best. Yeah, medic, I'm glad you ended up being okay. That's why I always try to be careful about what I eat and where from. But sometimes, no matter how careful you are, you just get the bad RNG. Well, Tatsumi, it wouldn't be the first low-effort pun of this stream. Okay, I need charcoal. And we can... Oh, good, and he's gonna come make it for us. Jeez, medic. That's awful. The last one I had was when I was a kid, and, I hope never to have to deal with that again, either. Yeah, free monkey. Well, not exactly free. I mean, I paid them by rescuing them from dungeons. Bacteria, Nikita. Just exposure to the wrong bacteria in the wrong way. Oh, whoops, okay, well... I did not realize that was consumable in quite that manner. So you even lose the bottle. stay cool in hot climates. Well, has it been 11 hours already, nobleman? 10 hours, 50 minutes. Yeah, I guess it almost has. Man, the time does fly. Sheesh. Well, I shouldn't have consumed the water quite so soon. Okay, you know what? I think we might have just enough. Yes, we have just enough left. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that's a stone slab. Whoops. Okay, no, I thought I had some metal sheets, but I guess I don't. In that case, I guess I'll have to go farm more ore. Well, Medic, I don't blame you for not wanting to enlist again. That sounds hellish. Good curiosity, what else can we make with the cooking pot? Actually, I have to say, I really like this cooking pot setup with all the stone tiles around it. This camp is almost starting to feel like home. Last bottle elixir. Grants toxin immune. Oh, that's to get through swamps. Last bottle with clean water. A bone and 3 petals? Amen, Regita. Actually, do I have any fruit left? I do. So that would unlock the next recipe. Or the next couple of recipes, maybe. What do we got? Wing curry? Coconuts, petals, and wings. Interesting. Well, the more of this stuff we make, the better off we'll be. Sweet fish. Where do I don't have enough fish. I wonder if there's even a way to catch... I mean, there must be a way to catch fish, but I don't know it. It looks like there should be a fishing rod, but... Alright, well, let's try this recipe. What did this unlock? Mango curry? Oh, of course! That generic fruit is a mango, of course it is. Sweetened meat? Why? Why would you sweeten that? Meat, berries, and... Okay. Ah, you can put food on the table. Amazing. I don't know, KCK, and frankly, I'm not entirely sure I want to know. Right, hang on. Okay, a bone, 3 petals, and the water. Ha! Well, Medic, there are some pretty tough dudes in the military. Oh, thank you, Tatsumi. I very much appreciate a look at the pizza that you just made. Let's see. You wouldn't be showing me this if you weren't proud of it, so... Ah, you know what, Tatsumi? This looks great. This looks very good. I see a nice assortment of vegetables and meat. And it looks like some cheese and the barbecue sauce. Yeah. Very nice, Tatsumi. That's a good lunch right there. Thank you for sharing. I always appreciate seeing what people are eating, Tatsumi. Yeah, Undead Medic, it has its time and place, but to randomly just put sugar on meat, especially since it appears that the way it's being sweetened here is with berries. That's just a little bit weird. Yeah, guten appetit, Tatsumi, or, itadakimasu, I should say. Alright, it looks like I need to go get some meat and... make this crazy recipe. Yeah, KCK, the only situation in which I could see going out of your way to try to make something like that would be... well, I guess pretty much the situation that this character is in, where he's stranded on an island and is not exactly able to be picky about food. Yeah, that's different, though, Undead Medic. Like, that's not steak with fruit. Or just steak sweetened by fruit. Like I said, sweetening meat, depending on the other ingredients, does have its time and place, but it's a fairly specific time and place, at least if you ask me. Well, yeah, Monotone, but there, again, we're talking about, like, a little bit of tart, a little bit of sweet, not just, woohoo, sugar on my steak! You know? I like to think there's at least a bit of a difference. Oh, Christ, Medic. Wow! Okay. The hunt is on. I mean, I'm pretty sure this isn't how you use a bow and arrows. But fine, whatever. Now I need to find, I keep hearing snorts and grunts, but... Hearing it in my right ear, there must be a... Ah! Oh, and there's a, Oh, there's one of these. Ooh. Metal club and some glass. Just what I didn't really need. No, I'd really appreciate it if you'd get back here so that I could shoot you. Thank you. Ah, that's dumb. I have to say, I do find it slightly annoying that firing arrows from your bow somehow cuts the grass. Yeah, Undead Medic, it's got some draw weight. Here, another one. Think? Oh, it must be over there in the trees. Or not. I hear hooves. There we go. Shot in the butt at point-blank range. That's how you hunt antelope. Oh, okay. Sheesh. I hear another one. No, maybe not. You mean Robin Hood, KCK? So where the heck am I hearing these snorts and grunts? There aren't any... Oh, there might be one or two over there, I guess. Well, whatever. Bone, you're referring to island gigantism. And they can, but they don't necessarily always. Oh good, the shop is open. I wonder where he's set up. Ah! Certainly not any place where I've been. These blasted bats. I hate these bats so much. Oh, okay. I never heard about that, about the guy who shot the arrow on the right side of the bow. Ah, well, it's actually already nearly morning, so... Okay, so we need palm leaves and berries. At least we have plenty of those. Oh, but now we need wood. Hey, Eboera, welcome! Good to see you. No problem, Lugal. Thank you so much for stopping in. I really appreciate the raid. Take care of yourself and have a great night. Meaty stew. Tasty garnished steak. Fully heals health and heart. Oh, that's why. Okay. Lugal, thank you so much for the resub as well. Welcome back. Really appreciate that. Have a good night, Lugal. Take care. And we did get a new recipe out of that. Marinated steaks. Okay, wow. And just that increases max health. Sweet, sticky steak. Steak with flower petals and mango, I guess. Oh, okay, Yami, so it's exactly what it sounded like. Thank you for filling me in. Do I actually have enough bat wings? Don't. Okay, so we need the 4 steaks, 4 flower petals, and the bowl. Well, Undead Medic, you say that with a kappa, but I've probably learned more from non-school sources or non-academic sources than I ever actually did at school, at least that I've retained, or that I had any use for in real life. Yeah, Yummy, I figured it was probably that sort of situation. Okay, Malkaresh, have a good night. Thank you so much for stopping by. Take care, have a good one. That can all go in. For the moment, Anonmaru, I do need to get some, what at this point is going to amount to breakfast. Eventually, but... Whoops, no. Oh, well enough, thank you, Frostbite. That's not a username I recognize. How are you doing, Frostbite? It's good to see you, and perhaps I should say good to meet you. Well, Nikita, that's not a bad problem to have, at least these days where there's an oversaturation of media. You never have to worry about having something to watch. And actually, on the subject of having something to watch, it was pointed out to me not long ago that we are now at nearly 11.5 hours, and that probably is a sign that I ought to go get something to eat. And probably all of us ought to go get something to eat. So I think what I'm going to do, actually, is... I'm going to call it here for the stream, I think. And... we're going to go raid my very good friend Princess Cat Power, I think is what we're going to do. You guys are really going to like her. She is unbelievably sweet. She's tons of fun. And if you want to talk about food, she is a good person with whom to talk about it. You guys are going to really, really like her. She is wonderful. She's playing Sekiro right now. And she is working on the Demon of Hatred. Frostbite, okay, that makes a certain amount of sense. You're a fan of the... Oh, you're a fan of the Fine Dining series. That always makes me super happy. I'm so glad somebody watches that, Frostbite. Thank you so much. Well, it's nice to meet you too. And now I'm going to introduce you to my friend, Princess Cat Power, whom I think you're also going to like. I'm sorry, I know you just got here. Thank you all so much for joining me, and I will catch all of you next time. Take care, everyone. Let's go make Amanda's night so much better. She's going to really appreciate this.